All right, stand by. Let me make sure I get everything all connected here. All right, everything's connected. And I just figured out how to put my locals on here to stream as well. So that's new. I didn't realize how I could do that until I did some searching and looked stuff up today. So now we are also on the locals, which is integrated in with the Rumble. One more destination. I have some followers there, so hopefully they get notified, because I've never gone live over there, so I don't know how that works, but we'll see as we go. How's everybody doing tonight? Good? All right, so we've got this going on. Let me just do a refresh here. All right, everything looks like it's good. On the Fitwit channel, for the very first time, we are live. That's a new thing as well. So if you're not a follower, subscriber on the Fitwit channel on either Rumble or YouTube, please go ahead and do that. It's at Wisdom Fitness AZ, and you'll just find it, I believe, as Fitwit on Rumble. All right. And just to give you a little brief ideas of what's on there, I'm going to read this to you real quick. It says, feeling robbed by the infinite dead-end paths online fitness influencers and good-intentioned coaches send you down? I'm Dan. Hey, that's me. I'm 46 years old, former U.S. Coast Guard, a certified personal trainer, and a hot sauce business creator. I'm a dad, too. My qualifications come from extensive research, reading, and uniquely tuned discernment. The willingness to doubt the mainstream medical claims allows me to clearly consider what people were doing with proven success for a long time prior to the hostile takeover by the Rockefellers' allopathic-driven medical monopoly. More information and value were lost and suppressed than we will ever gain following their lead. It's kind of like a mystery. It's very Sherlock Holmes, I guess you could say. There's something to discover here. And a lot of things were figured out a long time ago, but were suppressed. They were omitted. They were even outlawed. And it says, I show people how to support their own vital force. Be a fitwit, not a nitwit. Real health, fitness, and nutrition information you are not getting from the major influencers on social media. It's not necessarily their fault. They have been, and so has everybody else, default trusting an institution that claims to be the only authority on such matters. And as we've learned through people like Dr. Glidden, all the things that we've read together on the various channels that I have, that there's an awful lot of misdirection and deception. And we could call it just because it's it's an industry and it's a monopoly, but there's other potential reasons for why they strayed so far away from actual health and fitness advice. And they didn't lead with the truth. And on this most recent video that I put out here, it's on all the platforms, including my hot sauce channel. It says the 4 things your body needs to maximize vitality and muscle building. It says hit your fitness and wellness goals, your health and fitness goals, and outperform your old self. Now, before I get into this, this right here, I just want to say this applies to everybody, young and old, right? You were young once too, and you had your experience through life, and this feeling of old, this feeling of breaking down, this feeling of thinking that this is just coming with age, it doesn't necessarily have to be true in your case if you understand that for all of your life, there hasn't been a concerted effort or even not a clear path for sure, but definitely not any inkling, any suggestion or sense that there was something missing that was vitally important to your body operating on its full natural potential. And if you're not functioning at your full natural potential, the tendency would be to think that something isn't right, or that you need to hijack your own body and, I don't know, I guess override the natural processes, because you see a degradation, and there is one, but it's not simply because of age. It has to do with a long life of not having everything that you need to support your body's natural God-given functions of healing, of working at its full optimal level. So if you're trying to get more out of it and you don't have the raw materials, you don't have the nutritional support, then you're going to be stressing your body pretty hard. So if you're looking for somebody who is going to encourage you and help you feel better about making decisions to pin yourself, and by pinning, I of course mean taking injections of anything, this is not the right place. I'm going to try to support the notion and provide the data and the understanding that we're doing things out of order. Okay, is there sometimes maybe a medical reason or benefit from doing certain things? Because everybody goes by the feeling. Well, it feels better and I look better, so therefore it's good. But you don't know what else you're doing to your body. And if you're making it do something, so your body is working and functioning and producing the hormones and the healing and all this, your brain fog or mental clarity, whichever one you happen to have, is all based on how much material and energy your cells can produce. And it's only going to operate on what it can maintain. It's not going to be put into hyperdrive. So before you go into any kind of conceptualization that you need something, some intervention to basically force your body a certain way, make sure that you are already working with all of the raw material that your body needs in order to be working at a higher level. You want to start there first, because your natural might be so much better than what you normally walk around as, and the output or the return on investment for all your time in the gym or your time on a diet might be so much greater because you gave your body what it needs to do the things that you're promoting it to do through exercise and, cutting your calories or whatever the case may be, or eating cleaner. You're going to see more results because the body has everything it needs to actually respond to all this that you're throwing at it. So start there before thinking that you need something in addition. So that's where we're at here. I want to make it a healthy approach to fitness and health and longevity and youthfulness and feeling and looking better. I don't want this to be a hack where we don't recognize the foundational elements that make you healthy. I want this to be something that's actually going to be supportive of a healthy life, not just healthy looks. So it says, hit your health and fitness goals and outperform your old self. Stop wasting gym days. Your time and your effort are priceless. So stop throwing it away simply because an industry posing as an authority on fitness never taught you what your body needs to function at its highest natural and powerful level. You can customize a car all you want. If you put the wrong gas or no gas and oil in it, how is it going to perform? Same applies to your body. At the core foundation, you need these 90 essential nutrients, 60 of which are bioavailable, meaning absorbable and usable minerals. And it has to be in a certain form in order for it to be usable. Modern conditions and chemical farming methods have almost wiped out all the natural nutrient value in the food available to us. It simply isn't there anymore. So we have to supplement. We don't have to if we want to operate in a if there was a meter, you'd be kind of on E, and you wouldn't be, you're only going to perform at that level. You're going to be low energy. You're going to get tired easy. You're not going to recover very well. when you do anything positive for your fitness or for your, your weight loss or whatever, you're not going to see very much progress or return on investment for that time if your body doesn't have all the things that it needs in order to respond to it. It's going to maybe even become like a negative stress in your body rather than a positive, simply because it's being overworked for what it has to work with. It says, otherwise you go through life misfiring and never tuning up. You won't see your muscles respond very remarkably in that state, and your drive, motivation, libido, and overall systemic energy will be very low comparatively. And you might not even know, because you've been walking around like this all your life, or for such a long period of time, and things happen gradually. So it's harder to see, like people putting on weight. It happens gradually. It doesn't happen all at once. So you might realize it one day and be like, holy crap, how did I let myself get this out of shape or whatever. If you get tired after eating, you understand what little energy your body has to spare for exercise already. Digestion takes a good amount of that energy, leaving you depleted for a while. Stop eating the 12 bad foods. Don't fear salt or cholesterol. And I know most people would be like, but wait a minute, you said bad foods. Yeah, that's the problem. There's a misconception there. And make sure your body has the raw material. Raw material it needs to digest. It needs for energy, digestive, enzyme production, and healing. Get the 90 essential nutrients in your body daily, and you will feel like a new person. And that takes time, because you've been running low for so long. Your body needs to adjust. It needs its reserves to be filled, and it takes time to heal. And then once something, like the car doesn't work better in the beginning of a maintenance procedure, you won't take it halfway through and think that it's going to perform better. You got to wait for it to be complete. And it takes about 90 days on the 90 for that to happen. Now, some people might feel better quickly, but it's not complete yet until you get to about 60 to 90 days. And then you're going to maintain that by consistently taking your 90 essential nutrients, because you should, because your body needs it, right? And it's not like I have a cold, so I take a pill type of thing. No, and then when you don't have a cold, you don't take a pill. No, these are the nutrients that your body isn't getting from your food. And that also leads to people having these impulses and urges that they're trying to suppress, or they're not trying to suppress them. That leads them to overeat, or to be craving things that aren't good for them, because your body's seeking something and it's letting you know that it's not getting everything that it wants, and that it needs in order for it to operate and do all the functions that you never have to think about, because your body handles it. Your vital force handles it. When you have the nutrients, it's going to be a lot easier for you to achieve your weight loss goals, and all the processes that are required for those types of conversions, it'll all be there for it. And you're not going to get the sudden impulses, because your body's craving something, to just eat whatever, because your brain or whatever, your vital force is telling you to seek, because we don't have what we need. And historically, the food would have had it, but now in the modern times, it doesn't. So we have to supplement, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Once you recognize it and realize it, then you're good to go. Let's go into the chat real quick, and then we'll get started. See if anybody's here to say hello. Okay. We have lots of awesome people in here tonight. All right, cool. What do we got here? Is my head in the way? That's all right. All right, so we have some links in the descriptions over here on the Rumble channel. And it says, but all of them are in the, in the chat. They're all in the descriptions on all the videos that are playing right now. The Azure Whole Foods essential nutrients are, and it tells you the list. And then Karen says hello. Hello, Karen. Mike says, woohoo. I knew I decided to have a sleeping disorder tonight for a reason. That's awesome. Oh, man, that's good. Yeah, I started a little late. I was prepping for this all day long and doing some research. And, of course, having my manic and panic over other things for, that we discussed in the past. So I was going through that and trying to rack my head. But I go to problem solving. But when it doesn't seem like there's a way to figure out where to start, it's a little rough. But I think I've Maybe I'm just self-deluding, but hopefully we're getting there, getting closer to a solution. All right, so it's Saturday night and I'm here, says Karen. I think I need to make more coffee. Yeah, I just grabbed my own. Well, pat yourself on the back because this is a cool kids club, says Mike. Oh, you guys have both had the haunted honey from the website? That's awesome. That stuff is the missing link to my soul, says Mike. That's awesome. Rebecca makes that. I make all the hot sauces. She makes the spicy honey. Hey, what's up, Arvat? How you doing, buddy? And CL Moody from Missouri, hello. And we got some peeps in there. You guys just saying hello to each other. So we'll get going here. I have lots of tabs open up for lots of different things that we can look at. And maybe just do the promo thing real quick, and then we'll get started with those. Hey, pun intended, right? All the sauces are fire. Bump, bump. Wait, where's it? I'll probably miss it. Oh, no, it's not. So that was. Wait, listen to that one. Whoa. I got going backward the wrong way. There we go. It was a little delayed. All right. No, I got to figure out where the heck. Oh, yeah, that's the other one. Okay, cool. Let's go on to the little intro here. I'm going to make one for Dr. Glidden's website, too. I just didn't have time to do that today and start it because I wanted to have a couple little, kind of like bumpers in between to remind people what we're doing here. And it's obviously to get people in tune with Dr. Glidden's membership site and so they can access all the information. I've been watching videos every single day while I'm on the elliptical from that website. And I've rewatched a few of them because they're just so damn important and you don't catch everything right away. There's a lot of information. Plus, I'm on the elliptical. So if I want to and write something down, I'm like, well, gotta wait, So there we are. And we already had another member come on today, sign up for Dr. Glidden's membership site. The goal here is I'd like to see 20 more people. I'd like to see 20 more people become members. And of course, if nothing else, that they at least start taking the 90 essential nutrients and they understand what the 12 bad foods are. So they can self-manage for a period and see the results and then realize that we know what we're talking about over here and that Dr. Glidden's 37 years of clinical experience as a licensed naturopathic doctor is worth a damn. And so is Dr. Monzo's, both of which highly stress the 90 essential nutrients, as did Dr. Wallach before them. He's the one that did the $25 million of research to figure this out. And apparently, by today's standards, because I think that was done in like the early 80s or something, maybe it was in the late 70s, it would cost them over $1 billion to do this, to replicate that right now, if they were going to do that. But there's no such thing as inflation, so I think everybody should just relax. All right, let's get the promo rolling, and then we'll get started right after that. Am I on the wrong page? I am. Okay, hold on. I don't know if I actually have to do that, but I will. Yesterday on stream, I was doing a tutorial of the Azure Standard website where you get the 90 essential nutrients in the whole food form. I stumbled across a massive sale that they have going on, coupled with my EB5 discount. It's going to be huge. On my website, semperfryllc.com, in the top right corner, you'll find a clickable image for Dr. Peter Glidden, and that'll take you to his membership site. Use code FITWIT for 25% off the monthly or the annual membership. And right beneath that, you'll see a picture of Dr. Monzo and the Azure Well symbol. That will take you directly to the Azure Standard website, and you can use code BB5 there for a discount. And this is what I just noticed yesterday. Just click the image. 90 essential nutrients are 4 main components: the whole food multivitamin, the Alaskan cod liver oil for your essential fatty acids, the fulvic humic energy blend for your essential minerals. This one is super important. Everybody is mineral deficient. This one jar will last you 3 months and 10 days. You know the importance of these minerals. And the IP6 Supreme with inositol. This one is all of your calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and inositol. This is a bioavailable, highly absorbable form of calcium, which is super important because a lot of the calcium you get out there, your body can't even use. And the inositol helps to balance your iron to copper ratio to help improve your ATP energy in your cells, which gives you energy throughout your entire body. Too much iron will cause fatigue, joint pain, and oxidative stress. They are all super important. Personally, I also take the core copper. It helps support your energy levels, combats the fatigue from oxidative stress, and it supports your elastin so that you don't get hernias or ruptured vessels, aneurysms, things like that. Your body needs copper to keep the stretchy part stretchy. And if you're going to take the copper, you may as well grab the collagen too because they work hand in hand. Right now, Azure Standard has a discount on just about every component of the 90 essential nutrients. The Alaskan cod liver oil is currently 30% off, and you get to use my code still. The IP6 Supreme with inositol is 30% off, and the full V-Cumic blend is 30% off. I even bought some yesterday. I'm not sure how long their discount's going to last. You're also going to use code BB5 at checkout for a further discount. And every time you make a purchase with Azure Standard, you get a credit towards your next purchase. I was able to apply it right away. I don't have to save it up like points. This is the cheapest I've ever seen the 90 essential nutrients, so I've got more coming myself. Go to my site, click that picture, use code BB5 at checkout. And while you're at my website, you can use code Paratus for 15% off the hot sauces and the creatine. There's a ton on this website. Award-winning, handcrafted, made-to-order, best ingredients, veteran-owned, Coast Guard, in business for 13 years. The code is Paratus for 15% off, and look at all the stuff you can use it on. You can get all of your nutrients to get healthy, get huge, and get spicy all in the same place. I appreciate your time, and have an awesome day. Whoops. All right. So, did you see the little mini-me dancing around at the end there? I thought that was fun. All right. Here we go. Yeah, before I forget to do that and just see me in big screen. There's also one other thing that I wanted to just pop up real quick. There's a couple changes that I made here. There's very few things that you can actually tell right away if you've been on the site, but the code Paratus is more visible now. It used to be the food star up there, which is the 6% off discount that people who aren't in the inner circle can use, but I just put the Paratus up there so now everybody can find it. 15% off all the sauces, and there's also a creatine on here. I might also put out some more. We'll see. If anybody wants me to make some more, supportive supplements that are clean sourced, let me know. The creatine hydrochloride, I use it every day, so it's one of the ones I have right now. So that's the Dr. Monzo thing right there. Dr. Glidden's is right there. It says, click image, use code FITWIT for 25% off. Remember, you can use Ballbusters too, but this is one we're doing it right here. And then I just added this, so you can click here to subscribe over to the FitWit channel now. And Dr. Glidden's designated channel is over here. Okay, so if you want to just be fed or funneled the Dr. Glidden and Friends Health Solutions show with all of Dr. Monzo's and Dr. Glidden's past talks with me, then you can click that one, okay? And then go ahead and subscribe over there. Dr. Monzo's book, which I very rarely recently have been talking about it because there's just so much going on and I don't want it to be a long dissertation about all the things, but this is actually already embedded for the discount. So if you are familiar with Dr. Monzo, and hopefully you are, and if you're not, then we can fix that. But this is Dr. Monzo's book. This is something he gave me in person when we were in Salt Lake City at I think it was the Red Pill conference. And I actually got to have a hot sauce booth there, so that was actually pretty awesome. He gave that to me because he's a great guy like that. And here is we had known each other prior to that, but it was a cool. I was able to meet him and Scott Shera that day or that weekend. There's a couple. I saw a bunch of people whose names I can't remember. Del Bigtree was there. There's a lot of people, and so I think you just go to the education one, or you can slide down. There's some of them are cards. Just got to look at that's the body system book, and it says from, so you can click that. And then Binder Book USA, and then there's Healing Made Simple as a condensed ebook. I'm pretty sure the discount works on all of them. All right, and then you just go ahead there, and off you go. Let me just double check to see if it automatically adds it to it. So add one to the cart. Yep, see the discount already. it's put on there. So that's cool. And then in addition to that, he has his, I want to go shop courses. There we go. Quest for training for practitioners. Now, I got Mike Adams from Health Ranger Report. You know Mike. Everybody knows Mike Adams, Natural News. Some crazy way the world works. I'm pretty friendly with Mike. He's been on the show a few times. I've been on his a couple times. Unfortunately, the Signal app, when I went to get a new phone, it's not letting me contact him anymore or get in touch with him or anything. I needed some sort of unlock code that a phone with no screen isn't going to give me. So I kind of lost contact with him in that sense, but I can still contact Sally. But this is what I wanted to show you. They're actually promoting this course through Mike Adams' site, and I feel good about being able to do this for my friends, right? Like I got in touch and was able to establish a friendly rapport with Mike. And then when I started talking with Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo, I was able to get both of them onto Mike Adams' show too. So that was pretty cool. I liked being helpful. You know, it's cool. Makes you feel good. So there's a free LSF Body System introductory course. Take when you get the book. You can start there. I did that. I'm not sure if this is updated one, but I actually went through the pre-course. Healthy Foundations Collection. That's interesting. That's a cool one. Another free one. And then when he does his, the body online course, there's an online portion only course, which I believe you have to do this before you show up in person. This has to be completed. It's like your homework or your prep work before you go and take the in-person class. And let's see, when's the next one? Does it have a date? I don't know. I don't see it. I'm not sure which one the new one is. There's a Quest 4 practitioners program for people who have the device for doing the readings. And this is Alftaf Body is basically hands-on touch. So let's say you have a broken wire and you're a broken circuit. The information or the energy or the electricity isn't going from it's dead because of that break. So the same thing can happen in your body with blockage. And for those in the know, well, think about it. If your body is also electric or whatever, you bridge the gap by touch. And this is more advanced than that TKEM or whatever it's called. It's a lot more in depth and it goes into a lot of things. I'm just curious. We'll figure it out later. Yeah, I don't think this is the thing, but he probably has another upcoming one. He does them like quarterly. He has an in-person one, which is really interesting. I can't wait to go someday. I got to be in the right spot in order to do that. He's got to come to Arizona too to make it easier. All right. So there you go. That was a little... I haven't spent a lot of time on that lately, so I just figured I'd do that now. So there's the thing for that. Let me just show you one last thing. I apologize, but it's been a while since I've been here. You go to the store, and where is the thing? There should be, unless it's gone now. Yeah, there used to be the energy iodine. I've taken it before. It's good for, thyroid health. When you're being bombarded with Wi-Fi and every other type of radiation and everything else, the three things that you should be paying very close attention to if you're not having an easy time and you know for a fact that you're eating clean and you're not overdoing it on the calories, you're not going nutso and you're being active, and yet still it's really hard for you to lose weight, that you might have a hypothyroid issue, right? It's hyper would be losing weight. Hypo would be not being able to get it off very easily at all. And so the three components that you might want to look at, first of all, are you eating the 12 bad foods? Because in any quantity, it's going to cause inflammation. So you're going to feel puffy, you're going to look puffy, you're going to retain water. So that's number one. Number two is, are you taking the 90 essential nutrients? Because if you have the nutrients, your body can respond to the changes. And also, if you're taking the 90 essential nutrients and you're starting to positively reduce excess body fat, well, your body stores to get it out of its to get it out of play, off the courts, out of circulation. It puts it in your fat cells off an awful lot. So if you had a bad diet in the past, or if you had some other things, maybe pharmaceuticals, anything that the body would consider not good, even in crap in your food, or the crap that they put in for all the massive amounts of ingredients that they put in your food. Yeah, keto is your best friend. Mine too. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Then when you start to burn fat, it releases those toxins into your body, and your body has to be strong enough to be able to handle them. Otherwise, you're going to get what they call, and he just kind of brought it up, when you are on keto, they call it the keto flu. It's just your body having to deal with a bunch of toxins that were already, taken out of commission, moved aside. It's like taking the junk drawer and like dumping it out. So you got to make sure that you have enough nutrients to support your body to be strong enough to get that and remove it. Your body's constantly detoxing. So when people talk about a detox, it's more about supporting what it naturally already does so that it can. And then you can do some other things to kind of expedite the process. But it's always, otherwise you'd be dead, if it wasn't always rejuvenating, healing, and detoxifying. And that's something that I thought was an important distinction when I was recently watching Dr. Glidden's videos. So I wanted to bring that up. So the thyroid would be the other thing. How do you support your thyroid? L-tyrosine, a good, a good food grade iodine. And Dr. Monzo used to have the best one, in my opinion. And then also, what was the last one? Selenium. Selenium's super important. You're going to get selenium out of the whole food multivitamin from Azure Well, but if you think that you would benefit from having extra, Brenda over on Eiffel Health, she has the longevity version of the selenium in capsules. So you might want to pick that up over there. And I do a mix and match. Like I have all of my 90 usually from the Azure Well, and then I'll also get, from time to time when this permits, I'll get the plant-derived minerals bottles of the minerals as well. And I'll also get the Beyond Osteo Effects for the bioavailable calcium, magnesium, and I think they have glucosamine in there or something like that. Whereas it's not a 1-to-1 ratio as being an exact match, but the IP6 Supreme with inositol has magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, and the inositol. So that's very bone supportive, very heart supportive. And your body's constantly taking down old bone and osteoblasting new bone on, provided it has the materials it needs. And a lot of people don't realize that their calcium is going in and coming right back out because it's not bioavailable or very low. And it takes too much energy for your body to even be able to use it because it's not in a usable form. And that's why these are important. There's a distinction to be made there because you can go to a store and get all kinds of vitamins, but are they good? Are they synthetic? Like most vitamin C is going to be made with some sort of cornstarch and hydrochloric acid. So it's not really coming from a fruit, right? And because of that, it doesn't have the natural copper bond that is found when you get a whole food source. And what does that do? Glad you asked. When it's passing through your body in that synthetic form, it's only kind of like ascorbic acid. It will latch on to your copper, which most people are very, very depleted of in the first place, because lots of things can attack your copper. Any type of prescription medicines you're taking, your diet, too much sugar, having it sourced to you in a proper way so that you have it in the first place. And that is essential for your ATP energy. Every cell in your body has mitochondria with their own DNA, which is really interesting. But they produce the energy for the cell, which then produces the energy for the body, the systemic energy. And if your copper is low and your iron is too high, you're going to get oxidative stress, chronic fatigue or fatigue. You're going to feel crappy most of the time. It'll probably mess up your testosterone levels as well, adding again to the fatigue feeling. And it's going to cause, like I said, oxidative stress, bone and joint pain, all kinds of crap. So the inositol helps to balance that out, get some of that ferritin out of your body. Like if you're eating cereal, there's what they call reduced iron. It's not reduced in the sense that there's less. It's reduced in the sense that the molecular structure has been altered. So it's, again, not even really a natural thing that your body even recognizes as something that it's supposed to have. All right, let's see what we're going to start with today. I got all kinds of tabs. We want to start with look 10 years younger using these science-based anti-aging routines. This is from, most of these are being pulled because I archived them all on this channel from the Dr. Glidden and Friends Health Solutions show on Rumble. But they're also on my, this one might not be on my main YouTube channel. Let's do this one first, and I'll get my head out of the way first, too. I'll be in the background. Promise. And I don't want you to get lonely. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Can I make that smaller? Let's make that a little bit smaller. Here. There. That way people don't forget where we are. There. That looks good. And we are off. Way off. This is the anti-aging. It's 54 minutes. I'll be interjecting here and there, but this is good information to get started with. I have to jump it up. There it goes.
All right, everybody, welcome aboard. Dr. Peter Glidden, your steadfast advocate for health. Thanks so much for showing up. This event is live. It's not pre-recorded, so fingers crossed I won't stumble very much. Today is the 23rd day of January, 2019, and this is my first free event, my first free webinar of 2019. We roll out a free webinar about once every quarter, more or less, in order to generate interest for what we do all of the time, which is manage a robust website which has an online subscription service, books, DVDs, all kinds of.
We will go to Dr. Glidden's membership site after this, and so don't, if you want a tutorial or navigation or anything like that, we'll be hitting that up. Let's just get into his information here a little bit first. That way you can kind of see what you'll be gaining access to as a member.
Information available by subscription, health recovery videos, podcasts, all kinds of stuff that you can use in order to get your body into the game of health, perhaps for the first time.
Likely for the first time.
Your life. There we go. It's the details that matter. And you can find all that information.
I mean, if we were to be honest, if people somehow have all of the nutrient needs that they need or ever had, even for briefly, like a brief period of time in their life, it probably wasn't a deliberate conscious act. It was probably by accident, because most people aren't going to even know that they should be taking this stuff or that they need it. There's literally no information in the mainstream medical industry that would ever suggest that you need vitamins. Which is odd. That blows my mind still. And that you would need particular minerals to support your body's natural ability to heal itself and to maintain and manage all of the functions that you don't have to think about. Right? It's like, it just seems like common sense, but it also seems very suspicious that that's not something that people would turn to first. No, they're going to give you a prescription because you complained. That gives them an excuse, a reason. It's like when somebody calls the police, right? And they respond to a call. We got a call. They say, we got a call. Like, I guess that trumps reality. I guess that trumps my constitutional rights. You got a call, so now you're weaponized against me. You know, it's like, it's that kind of feeling that they are going to utilize that opportunity to run a bunch of tests that you probably don't need. Maybe even fill you up full of radiation by doing a CT scan, which is 500 times more radiation than your standard X-ray. That blows my mind too. And that they just willy-nilly, haphazardly subjected to that simply because the insurance will pay them if they conduct that test. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't do it. If the insurance stopped paying for it, they wouldn't suggest it. So there's a lot of bias and there's a lot of manipulation as to what they'll do and what they won't do in order to help you. And I don't think, as far as daily health is concerned, that the MDs are really the right people for that job. If it's an injury, if it's some sort of operation that you need and you know for sure that you actually need it, then that's what their expertise is, if they happen to be that type of doctor. Some doctors don't even learn that stuff. They're pediatricians, and what do they push? They push pointy objects. It's like a aggressive salesman for pointy objects in your children, and wellness checks. That's kind of ghoulish, if you ask me. Once you actually understand what kind of awful things are in those, and that your body is being deliberately kind of hijacked, right? Or it's being circumvented because your natural ability to process toxins out is being bypassed because you're not swallowing something. So your liver, your kidneys, all the systems, the digestive system, the breaking down and all that isn't occurring. It's just going straight into your bloodstream. All the contaminants, all the whatever else weird stuff that they put in there that you would have a hard time dealing with without it being, bypassing all of your safety mechanisms, and they're going right into your muscle or bloodstream. You should expect something adverse to happen, if not today or tomorrow, maybe later down the road. Like, I don't know, leukemia, blood cancers from it and stuff like that. The list of potential dangers is endless, and yet they want to do it to the youngest and most healthy and most vital and most innocent of us all. Again, so I call that ghoulish. But you're welcome to your own opinion on that. I just try very hard to at least plant that seed, to be very careful what you allow your MD to take the wheel, take the wheel or be at the helm of when it comes to your family.
Glidden.healthcare. Okay, so tonight's presentation, anti-aging. Now, honestly, this should have been called health supporting strategies, but not that many people would have showed up for a webinar on health supporting strategies, even though it was free. Everybody, the hot button issue, anti-aging, everybody wants to roll back the hands of time. And, well, we need to talk about that. I mean, honestly, right? We go from this to this in maybe 70 years? The human body has the potential to live to be 120 years of age. Any geneticist will tell you that. But in the United States, for goodness sakes, we're lucky if we make it to 82, 83 years of age. And the last 10, 15, 20 years of our life aren't that great, are they? I mean, let's be honest. We've got 2 hearing aids. We're legally blind. We've had cataracts removed. We have 3 fused vertebrae, no hair. We have 3 fake hips, 3 fake hips, because one had to be replaced twice. Get it? We need a prescription medicine to pee, a prescription medicine not to pee, a prescription medicine to fall asleep, a prescription medicine to wake up, a prescription medicine for the blood pressure, a prescription medicine for the migraines, a prescription medicine for the heartburn, a prescription medicine for the depression, a prescription medicine for the blood sugar, and so forth and so on. The golden years, brought to you by conventional medicine, aren't that great, are they? There's a reason that all of this happens, and tonight we're going to be exploring this. We're going to be skirting around the edges of it and sometimes taking a big bite out of that pie. But really, what we should be focused on here is not rolling back the hands of time. There are ways to do that, but they're extremely difficult and esoteric, and I'll explain that in a minute. But more importantly, to try to live a healthy and fulfilled life. I mean, who wants to be, 100 years of age with all of those health complaints? Not me. Wouldn't it be better to be 100 years of age and healthy? No arthritis, no blood pressure problem, no heart disease. Wouldn't that be a better goal than, trying to look like you're 50 years old when you're 100? Well, not such a good strategy. But this is, of course, what popular culture talks about. Plastic surgery and all kinds of arcane therapeutics, the intention of which is to make your body appear much younger than it is, while on the inside, things are not getting so great. Now, in the wonderful world of, on planet Earth, historically, there have been some remarkable actual anti-aging events. The most remarkable one that I'm aware of happened in the late 1800s, early 1900s, with an Indian mystic, an Indian saint, a legitimate Indian yogic saint. His spiritual name was Tapaswiji, and there was a book written about his remarkable life. He lived 185 years, and he died, get this, one of life's greatest ironies, because he let Western medical doctors operate on a little boil on his leg, and the ramifications of the operation killed him. But he was able to do this because, he was an extremely advanced yogi. He could sit still in a meditative position for months at a time. And he had access, because of his spiritual insight, to a type of regenerative therapy, an Ayurvedic regenerative therapy called Kaya Kalpa. This therapeutic is out of the reach of most people in the world. And even if you had the Kaya Kalpa medicine in your refrigerator, the mental discipline required in order to generate the regenerative effects, most people would not be able to do. This individual was an extremely advanced yogic adept, and he had remarkable abilities to control his body. And he was able to, I think he had 3 different Kaya Kalpa treatments in his lifetime. And on each successive treatment, or each treatment made his body completely regenerate itself. So he went into the treatment, looking like he was 85 years old. And he came out of the treatment looking like he was 50 years old. Hair grew back, teeth grew back, skin regenerated itself. It was remarkable stuff, which is, by definition, right, an example of anti-aging. He rolled back the hands of time. But the therapeutics, how he did it, is out of the reach of, most people on planet Earth. So we need to keep things in perspective. We're not really talking about an anti-aging strategy here. We're talking about a health-supporting strategy so that we can optimize the body's potential and be as healthy as we can, as long as we can. That's a much better way to do it. But, things being the way that they are, and not very many people in the world have the holistic orientation that I and my colleagues do, there's all of this talk about, increasing the length of the telomeres on the DNA, and increasing your DNA structure and making your DNA structure optimized so that you actually do turn back the hands of time. And that's one way to do it. I don't really think it's a very good way to do it. Again, we need to keep it in perspective. So here's a little graphic of a chromosome. The X in this graphic is a chromosome. And the chromosome, you have 23 pairs of chromosomes in your human genome. And at the end of every chromosome, at the tips of every chromosome, there's something called a telomere. Now, when your chromosomes replicate themselves, which they do frequently, they lose a little bit of information at the telomere, and the telomere shortens. And the shorter that the telomere is, the less healthy you are, right? The more aging your body has gone through. The shortening of the telomere, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like if you took a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, eventually you wouldn't be able to see what the original picture was, right? Because it gets degraded a little bit every time. So every time your chromosomal material replicates itself, it gets a little degraded and a little degraded and a little degraded and a little degraded. So there are therapeutics, the intention of which are to stop that from happening, right? Or to curtail that from happening. And reductionistic Western science, being what it is, focuses, of course, on that, right? So I don't think it's the smartest thing to do, but it is something that people do. So there are telomere lengthening strategies that show a little bit of historical promise here, a little bit of research promise. Magnesium, therapeutic doses of magnesium, therapeutic doses of folic acid, and antioxidant consumption have shown promise in the telomere area as far as keeping your genetic material from degrading quickly. Now we're going to roll back to the antioxidant thing at the very end. But I just want to kind of give you a frame of reference to understand what I'm talking about here, right? Now, look, Western medical doctors are of the opinion that the human body is a machine made of parts, right? There's no spiritual essence. There's no innate intelligence in the body. And their goal is, for better or for worse, and quite frankly, it's for worse, except when in the case of surgery and trauma care, the goal is to, half human, half machine. Take out the appendix. You don't need that. Let's take the breasts off prophylactically so we don't get breast cancer. Let's give fake hips and fake knees and fake shoulders and fake joints, no problem. Let's manage all of the biochemical interactions in the body with synthetic man-made pharmaceuticals sold to you at a profit. Let's do cochlear implants so you can hear better. Why don't we just take all of the teeth out when people are teens and, give them implants, porcelain implants, so that they never get a cavity? This is the way that conventional medical doctors think, and it's this kind of thinking which is informing the popular anti-aging strategies, which are everywhere all the time now, and which I'm not a big fan of. Another historical anti-aging treatment promoted, made famous by Suzanne Summers, was hormone replacement therapy. Now, the idea being that the older that you get, your hormone levels change. And this is just a natural expression of the aging process, right? Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Well, there's a season in the human body as well, but there's a group of medical professionals who are of the belief that, well, if you're 60 years old and your hormone levels have changed, because that's what they do, one anti-aging strategy is to inject hormones into your body at the same levels that they were when you were 30 years of age. Now, from a holistic point of view, this is just insanity. But the holistic point of view is not mainstream. The reductionistic point of view is mainstream. And so medical professionals have no problem thinking that they're smarter than God because they don't believe in God, smarter than nature. The human body must be controlled at all costs. And so why not put either synthetic or bioidentical hormones into a 60 or 70-year-old body to trick the body into thinking that it's 30 years of age? Well, there's a lot of problems with that. The first and foremost is that it goes against the natural order. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. So this is why I'm focusing here on health supporting strategies. This is health supporting strategies. And it's much better to have a healthy body that reaches or comes close to its maximum genetic potential than an unhealthy body with longer telomeres and all of these, fake hips and fake joints and synthetic hormones coursing through your bodies, and you need 10 prescription medications just to get through the day. That's not what I want. And, regretfully, there aren't that many dyed-in-the-wool holistic physicians with any clinical experience in the world, myself and a handful of my colleagues. So the information that we bring to the table is unique, and it's important, And I hope that you learn a thing or two by listening to what I have to say. So, right, we need to have strategies that give us healthy hearts. We need to have strategies that give us healthy body weight. We need to have strategies that give us healthy bones and joints. We need to have strategies that give us healthy digestive tracts. We need to have strategies that help us avoid cancer. We need strategies to help us not die. And this is a problem, right? I mean, don't believe me. Let's talk to the CIA. The Central Intelligence Agency. Did you know this? That the Central Intelligence Agency collects data on the longevity of different people in different countries, citizens of different countries. Here's the top 10 longest lived countries in the world: Monaco, Japan, Singapore, Macau, San Marino. I don't even know where that is. Iceland, Hong Kong, Andorra. I have no idea where that is. Guernsey, and Switzerland. Do you see the United States there? No. You have to go down the list. The United States is number 43. People in Liechtenstein live longer than we do in the United States. Average life expectancy in the United States, 80 years of age. Now remember, we have the genetic potential to make it to 120. We don't even get to 80 in the US. And the longest lived people in Monaco make it to 89. That's not bad, but still, I would guess that their health wouldn't be the greatest, right? They're alive, but whether or not they're healthy, that's another question entirely, which begs the question then, well, what's the definition of health? I mean, if we're trying to get somebody to be healthy, it's probably an important thing to have an active, operative, working definition of what health is. Now, if you would like to have fun with your medical professional, especially if they're an allopathically inclined MD reductionist, the next time you are in their presence, you want to politely ask them to define health. And then, take a breath and sit back in your mind and watch the show. Because every medical professional that I have asked this question to cannot answer it. They'll say, well, it's the absence of disease. Well, when you define something by a negative, that's really kind of a dodge. Summer is the absence of winter, but it's so much more, right? All right. So here is a sophisticated definition of health. You ready? All right. I thought you'd never ask. Health is the ability of a living organism to experience stress and remain symptom-free in a state of dynamic equipoise. The ability of a living organism to experience stress and remain symptom-free in a state of dynamic equipoise. I'd like to thank Jeremy Scher, who's acupuncturist and a classical homeopath in the United Kingdom, and Dr. Shepard in Illinois, who's a medical doctor, a homeopath, Joel Shepard, MD. They helped me to elucidate this definition, which means if I seem tall to you, it's because I'm standing on the shoulders of others. It's a really interesting thing to think about. Stress, the ability of the human organism to experience stress and remain symptom-free. Well, so now if that's the definition, we need to kind of wrap our heads around what stress is. And honestly, most people have no idea what stress is. When most people think about stress, they think about this, right? Like, oh, I'm so stressed out. Oh my God. Right? My boss is an idiot. I don't get paid enough. Working too many hours. Blah, blah, blah. But stress is actually much more than this. Life is a great big bowl of stress when you come right down to it. There's pollution, bad stuff in the air, bad stuff in the water, bad stuff in the food. This stuff enters the body, it creates stress. There's ionizing radiation brought to you by conventional medical doctors, right? There's all kinds of negative stress, political stress. There's a lot of political stress right now. The Democrats hate the Republicans and vice versa, and there's no talking, and everybody's kind of taking sides. Psychological stress, right? Environmental stress. The winter is a stress to the body. The flu, virus, bacteria, lions and tigers and bears, right? All of these stresses, all of the time. Interestingly, exercise is also a stress. It's referred to as a positive stress, but for most people it's a negative stress, and they just don't know that it's a negative stress. The intention of exercise is to stress your muscles and your bones and joints and your lungs and your heart, right? You do your weightlifting, you do your aerobics, you do your planks, you do your whatever you do. The intention is to stress parts of your body so that when you stop exercising, the part of your body that you stressed can repair and strengthen itself. So you lift the weight, you rip the muscle fiber, and then a couple of days later, the body rebuilds the muscle, and now it's a bigger muscle, right? That's stress to the body. Now, I want you to think this through, young Jedi, and grow strong in the Force. Yeah, all right, I'm a geek. I admit it. When you exercise, you're stressing your body, and in order to repair itself, your body needs raw materials. The body can't make calcium, it can't make sulfur, it can't make zinc, it can't make vitamin C, right? The raw materials that your body needs to recover from the stress of exercise are not present in the food. So exercising without medical nutrition is like suicide. And everybody does it all of the time. And this is why you're seeing more and more now high school kids playing basketball, having heart attacks, playing football, having heart attacks, right? Dropping dead during a sporting event. The trainer on The Biggest Loser, right? I mean, the guy looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger 2.0. Had a heart attack. Looks good on the outside, but not so much on the inside. I guess nobody told him about science-based, clinically verified medical nutrition. More's the pity. And this is a fundamental problem here. There's a fundamental philosophical orientation which needs to be talked about. And as far as I know, I'm the only one that's talking about this. So, religions of the world argue that there is a God.
Hey, everybody. Just want to let you know I'm still here. Not to worries. If you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns right after this one, and then we're about 21 minutes deep into it, we will go around the room again and do the chats. So if you have any questions or any other things you want me to address, or if you see a video that you want me to play next, we can look into that too. I've got a bunch of them picked out, but if you want something in particular, let me know.
And, you know, they have different ways that they describe that. But the simple fact of the matter is that holistic medicine, of which I am a practitioner and a proponent, argues that the human body is inhabited by a spiritual force. Call it whatever you want. It's there. It's running the show. And it brings wisdom to the body. Your body knows how to take care of business. Conventional medical doctors are trained to not believe any of that and to generate therapeutics which force the body's hand, force it in the direction that the conventional medical doctor thinks it should go, which is why the halls of conventional medicine are littered with failed medical theories, for goodness sakes. Now, holistic medicine argues the contrary, that there is, in fact, an indwelling spirit in the human body, which is intelligent and which is running the show. And we develop therapies to support that. And this is an important distinction. However, because of the medical monopoly brought to you by the American Medical Association, the Carnegies and the Rockefellers in the early 1900s, we haven't had a free medical market for 106 years. And the predominant system of medicine that the medical doctors, the MDs, are trained in is reductionistic medicine. And reductionism argues that the body's a machine made of parts. Each part of the body gets its own medicine when something's wrong. There is no soul. There is no spirit. There is no life after death. God is a fiction. Consciousness is a function of biochemistry. When you die, it's lights out, game over. the body doesn't really have a robust ability to fix itself. The rationale is if it did, it never would have gotten sick in the first place. And most importantly, illness must be managed with pharmaceuticals. And, thank God for insulin and Novocaine. Okay? This is not a diatribe against conventional medicine. It's perspective. Well, it is a little bit of a diatribe against conventional medicine, but thank God for surgery. Thank God for the sterile technique. Thank God for trauma care. That's the wheelhouse of reductionism. Trauma care, surgery, infectious disease. That's what they're really, really good at. And they should be, congratulated and applauded for that. On the other side of the coin, my side of the coin, we have holistic medicine, which nobody even knows how to spell. Honestly, everybody spells it without the W, and which is completely wrong. Holism speaks of the systems of the body. Everything's connected as a whole with the W, not an H denoting a hole in the ground, a vacant area in the ground. It's supposed to relate to a hologram, but really it's a misnomer, and you really need to include the W when you're talking about holistic. As far as I know, there's like 5 medical doctors I know in the world that do that. So my point here is that nobody really knows what holistic medicine is. And most people, when they think about holistic medicine, think about Birkenstocks and hippies from the 60s and whatever. It couldn't be further from the truth. Holism is very sophisticated, and it was holism that brought you that definition of health, the ability of a living organism to experience stress and remain symptom-free, right? In the holistic approach, the body's a system of connected parts. So we don't give one treatment for the arthritis and one treatment for the heart and one treatment for the asthma, etc. We give one treatment for the person. We treat the person, not the disease. There is a soul. There is an indwelling spirit. The body's intelligent. The body knows how to fix itself. The body wants to fix itself. The body's attempting to fix itself all of the time. And it's the holistic doctor's sacred obligation to develop and deliver therapeutics that support and promote the body's built-in God-given ability to fix itself. And if you're an atheist, you might as well just go to some other YouTube channel right now. And I'm not advocating any one religion. I'm advocating all of them. Because if there is, in fact, a spirit, then the relationship between the spirit and the human body must be intimate. And holistic therapeutics take this into consideration. Conventional medical MD therapeutics do not, and that's a problem. And this is why everybody's sick all the time, because we've been convinced through 106 years of pharmaceutical propaganda that the medical doctors own the show and that they're the only ones that practice real medicine, and everybody else practices alternative back of the bus quack medicine, right? And this couldn't be further from the truth. Your medical doctor may be the nicest person God ever created, but they don't practice medicine. Nobody does. There's naturopathic medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, chiropractic medicine, acupuncture, herbalism, homeopathic medicine, allopathic medicine, which is what the MDs practice. All of these different types of medicine, right? But what you have been sold, lock, stock, and barrel for 106 years is allopathic MD-directed pharmaceutical centrist medicine. That's all that you really know about. It's all that your insurance pays for. It's the only medicine they make TV shows about, and the TV shows should be outlawed because they are unbelievably misleading. If they did a TV show like Cops, which just followed doctors around the hospital and showed what really goes on, people would be horrified. And again, thank God for the sterile technique and surgery and trauma care, okay? You got it. We got to keep it in perspective. So now, ironically, because of the monopoly, it's good to be the king. You can get away with anything you want. The leading cause of death in the United States is MD-directed medical therapeutics. Now, that doesn't bode well for a healthy population. That doesn't bode well for a population that can reach their genetic potential and not have any health conditions, does it? I mean, what is going on here when the leading system of medicine, which owns the monopoly of medicine, is the leading cause of death? I'm not the only one talking about this. Gary Null was the person who really started talking about this. Do a Google search for his film, Death by Medicine, for his research, Death by Medicine. Your head will explode. And listen, you're welcome to your own opinions, right? But you most certainly are not welcome to your own set of facts. The facts are in. The leading cause of death in the United States is MD-directed medicine. MD-directed medical therapeutics kill more people than cancer does, for goodness sakes. And this is why everybody's all agog for anti-aging, because everybody's in dire straits physically. Everybody's grasping at straws. Oh, what are we going to do? We're going to lengthen the telomeres. Oh, that's what we're going to do. You know, we're going to inject the blood of teenagers into our body. There's an organization I talked about on my podcast with Mike Phillip, Tactical Health Podcast. There's a business now that's selling the blood of teenagers to people rich enough to do it. And they're taking the transfusion to try to turn back the hands of time, right? You got to be kidding me. But this is the insanity that happens inside of a medical monopoly. And so the moral to this story is we desperately need a new way forward. We need naturopathic medicine. And this is my wheelhouse, right? This is what I and my colleagues bring to the table. And it's naturopathic medicine that delivers health-supporting medical strategies. That's what we do. So if you are interested in optimizing your health as long as you possibly can, living life with health and, you know, to your full potential, then you need to pay attention to what we say, because this is our wheelhouse. Now, I've been doing this for 30 years. I'm a licensed naturopathic doctor. I graduated from Bastyr University a long time ago. I'm currently licensed by the great state of Minnesota to practice naturopathic medicine, and I have 30 years of clinical experience with real patients with real illness with naturopathic medical therapeutics. I prescribed one antibiotic in 30 years of clinical experience, and I wish I didn't do it because I really didn't know what I was doing back then. So my point is, you wouldn't believe the things that I've seen people recover from. You wouldn't believe the things that I've seen people recover from. This is not a magical panacea cure-all for all human ills, but it is a very sophisticated, very well thought out, science-based, clinically verified, effective medical strategy that most people are completely unaware of. In 30 years of clinical work, here's the most important thing that I learned. Let me say that again. In 30 years of clinical work, here is the most important thing that I learned. And if you want to optimize your health, this is the key. In order for your body to do what God and nature intended it to, its nutritional tank needs to be topped off every day with 90 essential nutrients. 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, and 2 essential fatty acids. These are the raw materials that the human body needs to function. And they function in the body because of the wisdom of the body brought to the body by the indwelling spirit. Your body is so smart, it grew itself, all by itself, from a single cell into you. And right now, outside of your conscious control, it's managing millions of biochemical processes right now. You have no idea how any of that's happening. How do you think that's happening? Well, it's the intelligence of the indwelling spirit that's running the show. And by the way, what happens when somebody dies? All the biochemicals are the same. The body decays. Why does that happen? Because Elvis left the building. That's why. So your body needs to be topped off on a regular basis with the 90 essential nutrients that it needs to manage its affairs. However, Because your conventional medical doctor doesn't know any of this, and for other reasons, you're lucky.
Yes, the
if
other
at any
reasons.
moment in time your nutritional tank is half full. You're lucky. And then you experience the stress of life, right? What happens? The stress that you experience burns through your nutrients. Now you're running on nutrient fumes and things start to break. You don't get arthritis because you have a bad gene or a voodoo curse or simply because you're getting older. You get arthritis because your body ran out of the stuff it needed to keep the joints healthy. You don't get asthma because you have the asthma gene. There's no gene that codes for asthma. For goodness sakes, this is a red herring, right? That conventional medical doctors who really haven't thought it through, will lean back on as kind of like a scapegoat. Oh, your illness is genetic. Well, if it was genetic, shouldn't there be less and less of it and not more and more of it? I mean, didn't Darwin argue for the survival of the fittest and the people with the weak genes get herded out, eliminated from the herd? Isn't that the way it's supposed to go? Your illness is not.
Well, yeah, until they made the people who are contributing to society pay for the people who aren't, then they were able to survive the survival of the fittest.
Not genetic. There are a handful of things that are genetic, but more importantly, the vast majority of things that break down in the human body, which then evolve into illness, happen because your body ran out of the stuff it needed to keep that part of your body healthy, period. I mean, your automobile runs out of oil. What happens? The engine seizes. Nothing wrong with the engine. Ran out of oil. For goodness sakes, it's the same in the human body. And this is a very important point to ponder and to really kind of grok and understand. Now, I learned this from my mentor and colleague, Dr. Joel Wallach, a naturopathic doctor like myself. He discovered it because of research that he did, which was capitulated by the Minamata disaster in Japan. I think it was in the 70s. There was an industrial plant that dumped mercury into a river. And liquid mercury, it's toxic, right?
Right.
Flowed into Minamata Bay, and the fish sucked the mercury up, and the villagers ate the fish, and everybody got sick. A lot of people died. And 9 months later, the kids that were born were like Frankenstein, right? Half a brain, 3 eyes. 50.
But it seems like it's perfectly okay to inject your children with thimerosal, which is a mercury derivative, right? Or very close to mercury, if not just flat out calling it what it is, which is mercury.
15 fingers. Bad. And the scientific community figured out it was mercury toxicity that did it. So that sent kind of a shockwave through the scientific community, the thought being, well, holy smokes, if mercury can do this, what about all the other stuff we're dumping into the environment, right? So they cobbled together $25 million, and they generated a 12-year research study to determine once and for all the net negative effects that pollution had on the health of human beings. And Dr. Wallach was in charge of the whole schmear. He was the lead research investigator. All right. Now, the book, which is the result of all of this research, is a national treasure. It's in the Smithsonian Institution right now. And it was through Dr. Wallach's research that we discovered the mandatory need for the 90 essential nutrients. So if anybody tells you that, naturopathic or holistic medicine is not science-based or clinically verified, they absolutely don't know what they're talking about. You should just smile politely, turn around, and walk away. Now, the disturbing fact of the matter here is that there are 90 essential nutrients that the human body needs just to work the way that nature intended it to, right? Just to function normally. However, if you think that you can get all of the nutrition that your body needs just from eating food, you could own 100 acres of the most organic farmland on planet Earth. And if you think that you can get all the nutrients that you need, well, you probably also believe in the Easter Bunny and other myths because it is important.
Sorry, I didn't know he was going to be shattering all of our hopes and beliefs in the Easter Bunny, as well as our hopes and beliefs in the current medical profession.
Point of fact, impossible to get all the 90 essential nutrients from your food. You can't do it. It's not tricky or difficult, or, it's impossible. And the reason is that the lion's share of your nutrients are minerals. 66%, 2/3, 60 out of the 90 nutrients are minerals. Things like calcium and sulfur and zinc. And, the only person that can make a mineral is God. Plants can't make minerals. Animals can't make minerals. The only way that minerals get into the food is if they're in the soil that the food is growing in, but they're not in the soil. And over time, the food that we're eating has less and less and less and less and less and less minerals in it. It's got some vitamins. It's got some amino acids. Got some fatty acids. But minerals, forget about it. Here's a map, by the way, of the United States and selenium deposition in the topsoil in USA.
So this is just one of those, one of the 60. Imagine how many other maps you could lay over the top of this one, or however many have maps of their own that they've calculated to see just how mineral deficient the soil is in certain areas and how it's lacking all of them everywhere.
And the legend of this map, if it's red, there's a lot of selenium. And then you can see the scale there on the left. The further we go down, less and less. So, if you're eating produce grown here, there's sufficient amounts of selenium in it. However, if you're eating organically grown tomatoes, grown by Trappist monks and harvested under the full moon, but they're grown here, or here, or here, or here, or here, you're SOL. There's no selenium in the food because there ain't no selenium in the soil. Now, this is one map of one mineral. There's 59 other maps.
Mm-hmm.
There's no place that we've discovered on God's green earth where all 60 minerals, all 90 essential nutrients exist. Some of them are there, but not all of them. And this is the problem because
It wasn't always like that, but it is like that now. Nature or God or whatever you want to believe in didn't make life difficult in that way. This is a result of habits that are bad and mineral depletion, and of course a total disregard for the importance of them, so that it's not even a consideration. They don't add minerals to the farming area. It would cost them to do so, and there's no initiative and there's no incentive to do so because nobody knows about it and nobody's asking about it.
Need all of them, right? Now, there are some long-lived cultures around the world. This is a picture of the Hunza Valley in Afghanistan, I believe. The Hunza Valley, right? We have the Hunzas, we've got the Vilcabambas, we've got the Georgians, and I think it's northwest or at someplace in Russia. We've got the Okinawans. There are smatterings of indigenous people that live in blue zones around the planet, and these people have remarkably long lives, and they're remarkably healthy. In the Hunza Valley, one of the reasons for their longevity was the minerals that were in the river. Right? The river washes the minerals out of the mountains. The minerals now are in the silt that's in the river. The river
I think you would cross that bridge with the knowledge that you're probably going to go swimming.
Irrigates the fields that the Hunzas grow their food in, and they drink the water. So they're getting way more minerals than you or I are getting just because of luck, of chance. And there was one other thing that the longest lived people all had in common. Number one was that the soil that they were living on was rich in minerals. Number two was that the food that they were eating was very, very high in something called antioxidants. Now, in order to understand the whole antioxidant thing, we need to understand the free radical thing. Now, there's something in physics called the second law of thermodynamics, which means that everything decays, right? Mountains turn to dust, iron turns to rust. Everything decays eventually. It's inevitable. One of the agents of decay and destruction are free radicals. And free radicals in scientific jargon are referred to as reactive oxygen species. It's basically just an oxygen atom with an odd number of electrons and an unpaired electron in its outermost orbit. There should be two in the outermost orbit, but when there's only one, the oxygen radical is very reactive. It's like metabolic Velcro. It sticks to whatever it can, and when it sticks to something, whatever it sticks to becomes oxidized. So free radicals are oxidizers of things. And when things become oxidized, they become destroyed. They decay, they die, they become destroyed. So oxidation is not a good thing. Oxidation in the human body is a really bad thing, and it's one of the leading causes of tissue destruction and, facultative breakdowns in different parts of the body.
If you were moving your head around in circles following that dot, you might also be a cat.
Free radical damage can happen in just about anywhere in the body, including the DNA. And when this happens, it results in, well, every bad thing. Cell injury, cell death, cancer.
Cytosis is cell death. Apoptosis is programmed cell death. And then you have something called necrosis.
Sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, emphysema, cataracts, macular degeneration. I would gainsay, I use that word incorrectly. I would postulate that all chronic disease is in some way, shape, or form related to free radical damage and lack of minerals. All chronic disease.
Yep. Causes inflammation. Inflammation is the foundation of illness.
All chronic disease. Now, this is a problem, right? And interestingly enough, the food that everybody eats.
If you have a moment, if you're watching on your phone, go ahead and screenshot that if you'd like, so you have it to reference later. It's wheat, barley, rye, oats, corn. Oh, damn it. Well, I thought I was in the clear with that one. I guess not. Soy, and that also has phytoestrogens in it. Wheat with nitrates, oil in a bottle, and he'll explain that one, I'm pretty sure. Carbonated drinks with a meal, and if you're not familiar with why that is, and this could just be mineral water too. Anything with carbonation in it when you're eating is going to weaken your stomach acids, and you need those to be strong. Most people's stomach acids are probably not so hot as it is due to low calcium, low salt, especially if they're on a fat-free diet and stuff like that, or a low-fat diet. There's all kinds of issues with that, but they're going to have weak stomach enzymes and stomach acid, so you're not going to be able to withdraw whatever nutrients are still in your food in the first place, and the absorption and all that. You add carbonated beverage to it, it doesn't neutralize, but it makes them much, much weaker. So you're eating food at the worst time if you're pairing it with a carbonated drink. So keep that in mind. I know that's a very popular combo. It almost seems like it's deliberate, the way they've trained us to do things and how they've taught us through example and through demonstration, and how they pair it when they sell you food at like fast food places. It's just a little too, it's just odd that it seems like the society that's led, of course, by whomever you want to consider really in charge there, and the medical industry seems to constantly operate in direct inverse. It's an inversion of the way it should be. It's like an undoing of healthiness. It's the undoing of reason and rationality.
All the time is loaded with free radicals. Wheat, barley, rye, and oats, corn, soy, meat with nitrates in it, oil in a bottle. That's right, everybody's favorite olive oil. Well done red meat, fried food, The skins of baked potatoes, baked yams, baked sweet potatoes, bad, 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 bad. Carbonated beverage with a meal, it's no free radicals there, but it destroys your stomach's ability to digest anything. That's not a good idea. So, take a look at the list and let's just postulate that Dr. Glidden knows what he's talking about and that I'm accurate here.
Too much sugar, I would add to that. 13 bad foods, overdoing it on sugar and carbs. But if you're getting rid of the wheat, barley, rye, oats, and corn, the only other thing that would be like a high carbohydrate, and that's the only thing, but very high carbohydrate would be rice. And that has its own problems because of the way it has to be grown, what it's soaking in, and whether or not that water that it's soaking in as it's growing is contaminated or not.
Most of the food that most people eat most of the time is bad for them. Nobody has enough minerals in their food, and everybody's sick all of the time. And then we scramble for anti-aging strategies. Give me that teenage blood, baby. Give me that teenage hormone. Give me those telomere lengthening herbs. That's what I need. Well, maybe. But there's a better way to go about this. Now, we started this little thing about free radicals because of antioxidants, right? The Hunzas and the Vilcabambas and the longest lived people in the blue zones. One of the things that happened to them by accident was that their food was loaded with antioxidants. And as you might have guessed because of the name, antioxidants neutralize free radicals. Well, that's a good thing. Your body has a fire department. Did you know that? Yeah. Your body has a police department, which is the immune system. It has a fire department, which puts out the fires of oxidative damage. There's a very specific molecule in the body. It's like the captain of the fire department. It's called glutathione. It's the most abundant antioxidant in the body, but it declines with age. However, you can boost it back up with the trace mineral selenium, which there isn't any of in the food. Oh, but Dr. Glidden, I can get all the selenium I need from Brazil nuts. Well, no, you can't, you knucklehead. Because the Brazil nut tree can't make selenium. The Brazil nut tree can suck it out of the ground, but it has to be in the ground. If it's not in the ground, it's not in the Brazil nut.
Yeah, and this is something I had to wrap my head around too, because I was under the impression, not so much that the plants create it, but that I didn't think they would grow if they didn't have certain things. Whatever plant would need certain minerals, it wouldn't grow without them. But it turns out the plants don't really need the minerals. So when they soak them up, it's kind of an interesting thing. It kind of makes you look back at the spirituality of nature and how everything seems to be connected in a symbiotic relationship. The plants suck up the minerals because the microbes in the soil process it or kind of like pre-digest it so that the plant can absorb it. And then the plant basically is absorbing it so that you can have it in a sense. So there's like this whole cycle thing, and it's very natural. It makes you feel good about that whole thing, right? Like nature's not against us. However, we're not just dealing with nature here. We're dealing with industry. We're dealing with corporation. We're dealing with, mandates on certain fertilizers and pesticides, herbicides, and desiccants. All these things, fungicides, that will paralyze the microbes in the soil so they don't do that part. So even if there are minerals in the soil, and obviously not all of them, and probably not enough, even less is going to be absorbed into the plant, into the tree, into whatever, and then it's not going to make it into the fruit or the vegetable that you're going to finally eat, or if it's a green leaf, same deal.
Now, antioxidants are measured by something called an ORAC value, and that's an acronym for oxygen radical absorption capacity. Vitamins are measured by milligrams, right? Well, antioxidants are measured by their ORAC. As it turns out, the longest lived people in the world.
What's really crazy is that since this video, and this is 2019, Dr. Glidden seems to be the only person who still points this out. It has been minimized and dismissed almost universally. Nobody even checks, and nobody even thinks to use it as a like a point of contention when they're marketing or pitching a product on the open market. They're not even considering testing their products for ORAC value anymore. There was a time when that was kind of important to people and they were health and mind conscious of it, but it's since lost its relevance. But it doesn't make ORAC value any less relevant. It just means that it's been forgotten, and obviously probably a little deliberately.
By accident, we're consuming 20,000 ORAC points a day. United States, the average ORAC consumption is 1,500 a day. We get 1,500, they get 20,000. They live to be 100 and they're healthy. We die before we're 80. And it's not pretty. So, if you are of the mind that you need to optimize your body's health, that you need to optimize your body's structure and function, there's only a handful of things that you need to do, and they're not that difficult, right? But these things are in the zone of, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Which is why I'm here. So hands down, the single most important thing that you need to do.
And what does Dr. Glidden say all the time? You don't know what you don't know. Because if you knew to look for that or to consider it, then it would be outside of your scope of knowledge. So obviously that makes kind of sense, right?
In order to support health in your body so that you can live as long as you possibly can with health.
Don't know what you don't know. Sorry.
Because the essential nutrients you need are not all in the food. So you need to go out of your way to put them into your body, and this is the easiest way that I know how to do that. Combination of these products. One is called the Healthy Body Start Pack 2.0, and the other is a bottle of plant-derived minerals. Now, in a perfect world, you would purchase one of each of these per 100 pounds of body weight per month, but if that's not possible, just get one. And, take more minerals. The plant-derived minerals are inexpensive. It's like $20 a bottle plus shipping, something like that. So
this is kind of outdated material information because we're looking at 7 years ago. You can check the ifohealth.com to find out what it is now, and also call the number, because if these are static prices that they have on ifohealth.com, and if you call Brenda, then you'll know if there's any like specials going on, whatever. So just to clarify, I use the Azure Well whole food version of the 90 essential nutrients, and yes, it's also high absorption, and it's less expensive than the longevity products. And like I said, I use both when I can, and I like the plant-derived minerals. I really like the Beyond Osteo FX, which they show here in a powder because this is kind of old, but they actually have a liquid form of it too. But those are usually add-ons because I stick with the core of the Azure Well. And I mean, it's showing in my appearance and my ability to continue to put muscle on at 46 and see positive results that I didn't have before, even though I was making all the same effort. My weight wasn't in control. My lifting was, I guess, maybe just an exercise to get a pump because I didn't see any lasting results, really. It feels good. You get the feeling of the workout that feels good. But when I started taking the 90 essential nutrients, I actually was responding, and I was gaining muscle mass. I was losing unhealthy body fat. I was looking way different, and it happened over time, but it happened a lot quicker than when I wasn't on it. The results and the lasting results were quite noticeable, and to a degree where it definitely made a big difference. Now we're going to cut out of this one and we're going to go on to the next one. this is going to be, let me see. Let's double check. Yeah, for the most of the part, the rest of it's going to be discussing that. But you can find that link to Eiffel Health, and also the. Is that one on here? It's an older one. Yeah, the Eiffel Health is right there, but that's for that video. You'll see it in the description here. Let's go into the chat real quick and see everybody. Make sure I'm where I think I am. Let me change out this. All right. There it is. Sync. All right, I see who's doing what here. There's a lot here. Let me just make sure I get every. Oh, you know what? Let me pull up on this in case Saxon Ranger also commented. And Mike Garland said, been talking to everyone locally trying to push the life-saving info here. Well, thank you, Mike. We need everybody caring about their community like that. Make us healthier. We'll think better, more clearly, less brain fog, less other irritations and distractions, so that we can actually live in the moment and really appreciate each other and other people and our families and all that, and handle our stresses that we have. It's good. It's commendable. C.O. Moody said, thank you. Okay, he's talking to each other. And Irva said, it's my first day. First day as a real boy. So, Karen. Mike said, damn, this is a great edit that you made. And C.L. Moody said, I'm actually not doing very well, fighting a serious infection with oral antibiotics. We should look at that. Man, I didn't want to take that. May require hospitalization. I really, really miss. I'm going to go back to that, C.L. Moody. I really, really miss Daniel's Rumble ad reads. Those were hysterical. Yeah, it's not as clear of a picture, and there's other things that are makes it a little bit more difficult. I don't know how to integrate it into OBS. And besides, a lot of those I didn't get the credit for because of the way I read them. But it was fun for the entertainment value. I can't follow what's going on the screen. I'm legally blind and he's talking fast. Do you have a biological dentist anywhere near you, said Karen? So you can read the chat though, right? So you guys are basically talking to each other here. I'm gonna skip through that. Let's see. It says, hopefully we can pull some things up from Dr. Glidden's member site to help you. Yeah, and Mike says, keto is my best friend. I was keto for 14 months straight. And had a very, very positive impact on me. I'll tell you this, though. You don't know how dependent or addicted you are to sweet and sugary things until you stop doing them. No, back then I don't think I was taking the 90 essential nutrients, so that probably would have mitigated a whole lot of that feeling. But I definitely, for like 4 weeks straight, was not a happy camper. I mean, I was feeling good. I was eating plenty, which was different for me I couldn't even wrap my head around that. Like, I was eating more, but in what I wanted, as long as it was within that frame, like cooking with butter, not oil, obviously. Eating eggs, love eggs. And I think anybody who does the whole get rid of the yolk part where all the cholesterol is being really manipulated by mainstream ideas, because cholesterol is what your brain is made out of, like 75% of it. All of your nerves and myelin sheathing, your cells, your cell membranes, all out of cholesterol. All of your hormones, cholesterol. Your demand for cholesterol, your need for cholesterol is very high. So being concerned over the LDL, HDL, all that stuff is just scientific nonsense. It's a misunderstanding of what's going on. Now, when they say, "Oh, well, look at the arteries are clogged, and they're clogged with plaque, and that's cholesterol," they seem to forget or don't recognize, because all of their thought processes are guided by major medical and the Rockefeller Drug Trust, who writes the curriculum for these doctors, who then get indoctrinated for 12 years. That inflammation is the cause of the buildup, because inflammation, free radicals, eating all the wrong foods, eating the fried foods, causes the inflammation, causes the micro tears in your system of blood flow, and your body is using the cholesterol as a band-aid to keep you alive. The free radicals are having their way with you, and the inflammation is high, so it keeps on putting down a layer excuse me, to protect you from your own habits and routines. And the more it does that, it's one band-aid on top of another band-aid on top of another band-aid. And as Dr. Glidden said in another video, sometimes you can also get a calcium deposit, and that could also lead to the clogging. But to blame the cholesterol is to not understand the whole mechanism of the body, and that it's actually not broken, and it's not because you're eating just cholesterol. It's because you're eating inflammatory foods cooked in a way that creates a lot of free radicals as well, not getting enough of your antioxidants to at least help in that putting out of the fire. And then your cholesterol has to step in just to keep you from not expiring, really. So you should be thankful for the cholesterol being in there. But having the cholesterol is very, very important. When I was not taking eating sugar anymore, that took a lot out of me, man. Like, I was not feeling right. I was feeling low energy. I was doing the elliptical. For all of you who don't know, I do at least 4 miles on the elliptical every day at the maximum setting, maximum incline, maximum resistance, right here at the house. I had one I got for Rebecca after we had our daughter, and her knees were bad, so I ended up falling in love with it as a great tool for cardio, stamina, endurance, and all that stuff. And I use it. I look forward to it. I used to not be able to do more than 10 minutes. And then I thought I was amazing when I did 30. And then one day I hit 45 minutes. And now I'm doing 4.5 to sometimes 6 miles. So and I've been watching Dr. Glidden's videos while I was doing that for the last 2 weeks, because I was helping him find some, some timestamps throughout some of his videos. So I was doing it for that reason, but also because I wanted to explore the site and make sure that I didn't miss anything from our talks that he might have been talking about on there. Since I had the membership, why not use the damn thing, right? And I learned a ton in the last 2 weeks, and it's been very, very useful and beneficial. But yeah, I could have definitely have saved myself the weird, uncomfortable feeling of that transition of not eating carbs and sugar and just being on the high protein, keto fat diet type of thing. And man, I lost lots of weight, and it was definitely a testament to willpower not to break that. And then it got to the point where I didn't even want artificial sweeteners, because I didn't want to trick my body into wanting to crave it again. So I stayed away from all of that stuff, and I did that for 14 months. So it's possible, yeah. And if it's sustainable, if I could do it for a year, I could probably keep doing it. But I think something like a holiday came around, and I was a guest, so I just didn't. I didn't want to be. It's not enough to be disrespectful if someone offers you something, So from that, I still maintain mostly, but I haven't been as strict as I was back then, and I'm slowly moving my way back there. Like today, did I eat today? I don't think I ate today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't eat today. I try to fast at least one day a week too, if I get to it. If I can just make it so it's like a one quick, like high protein meal a day. And I say meal, I just mean like just like tuna, maybe a something else, but I salt it liberally, and I do a flavored one. It's not just like regular crap tuna. It's a really tasty one. So, but that has a lot of protein in it. So if I do that, it's not a big deal. So a lot of times, most days, I'm probably pretty much keto, but there's not the restrictions I've put on myself in the past. But it definitely has a very powerful benefit for sure. Oh, Mike Garland said keto flu is your body adapting to doing the right path. Exactly, it is. Because if we are honest about sugar, especially high, like your body can create glucose. Your body also creates cholesterol through your liver. So if it's so bad for you, why is your body making it? And it can create glucose, but it can also create enough glucose with the other material that you have in your body that you don't need to take in extra sugars. Now, I think it's perfectly fine to think, yeah, fruit are from nature, and why wouldn't you eat the fruit that's in nature, provided by nature? And yet, think about like seasons. There's certain times of the year you're going to be able to have that, and certain times of the year you wouldn't in a natural world, right? When you're not accounting for grocery stores where you can get things from different parts of the world at different times that can, keep you in fruit. But it makes sense that in certain times of the year you would like bulk up a little bit so that in the wintertime or whatever, when you only what you kill is available, that you'd have a little bit of chunk on you that you can burn through during those times. So everything seems like it has a balance and makes sense. But when we don't live in nature anymore, it's really easy not to do it. It's really easy to do unnatural things. And when you get used to that, it just seems like that's the way to be. And everything is supporting the bad way. Like we don't need to. And then it's funny when people say your body's preferred fuel is glucose or sugar. No, that's its preferred fuel because it's poison in your body for the most part. And in the amounts that people consume them, yes. So the high carbohydrate food, that's also on the 12 bad foods list for different reasons, is going to be converted into glucose. And there's only so much. You can get insulin resistant, which is like a precursor to type 2 diabetes. It's not the right path. Burning the fat is the right path. The more you can do that, the better off you are. The sugar is utilized quickly and also stored in your cells, as in fat cells, quickly because your body has to in order to get it out of your system so it doesn't poison your body. So if it's using it in various ways and that's its preferred method of getting energy, is it though? Or is it just its way of countering what you're throwing at it? Because if you can live without it and be healthier and look healthier and not lose muscle mass because you're getting plenty of cholesterol, plenty of protein, is it really something that you need? Especially if your body can just make the glucose that it needs for whatever actions it needs to carry out, whatever functions it needs to carry out. And then, the idea that, deoxyribose nucleic acid, DNA, is made with sugar, you don't need to consume sugar for that. So even if it's a sugar, technically, it's not something that your body is, intake dependent for to keep going and keep healthy and not mutated and whatnot. It's something your body can produce on its own. It's a pretty magical thing, that body. Edward Snowman says, Aloha snack bar. Aloha, Edward Snowman. And Karen said, I'm not familiar with that type of infection. Okay, you guys talking to each other? Karen and the guys talking to each other. I've been eating pistachios for copper. Hey, who knows? Might be good. My grandfather loves pistachios. He used to love pistachios. I like them too. But when I was on keto, I didn't eat them. I had pecans. Raw, I think they're raw. Pecan halves from a company called Torn and Glasser. You used to get them at the Restaurant Depot, and there's like big bags. And that would be like my munch food. And I probably overdid it with that because, You still, if you're taking too many calories, doesn't matter how much sugar you're cutting out if you're not actively burning it off. As some people say, you can't out-train a bad diet. You can out-train a bad diet if you're eating really small portions, because yes, calories matter in that sense. But I think with the medical and health community, they lose the plot by saying calories in, calories out, and calories, whenever referring to food and not the nutrients. And then people go, oh, the macro. It's like, you're still kind of not really catching it, right? You're not catching the core concepts there. Food is more than just calories, and what it's supposed to be. Now, technically, the way food is grown and produced and processed now, it pretty much is just that. And it's too many of those. But again, you need nutrients. And if it's not in your food, you need to find them somewhere. And that'll set everything else right as far as cravings. Your body's not going to keep on. And again, the trigger of ghrelin, like, that's a signal. It's a signal. Your body's sending the signal, the bat signal. You need something. And if you go to the cupboard or the refrigerator and you do that routine where you walk around and you keep on opening doors, there's a good chance that, some of that might be habit and routine and boredom or whatever. But when you overcome all that, there's a deeper impulse there that's a lot harder for you to manage without the understanding that, hey, maybe this is because it's not so much that I want food. I want what is in the food that isn't even there. And when you realize that, it's a lot easier for you to conceptualize, hey, maybe I just take those things instead. And let's see, do I still have this need for food? And a lot of times too, and this is really, really important, most people are dehydrated. So the very first thing that I do, and this is hard to remind yourself to do too, the very first thing that I do before I go into the cupboard or the refrigerator for anything, I don't care if it's protein, if I feel like I'm actually hungry, and I don't even know if I've ever actually felt hunger, because when I fast for a day, I feel more hollow and empty in my stomach, and more like kind of like a feeling that doesn't make me kind of think about wanting to eat. Like there's a feeling up here, like in the back of your throat, and then there's a feeling in your stomach. The stomach doesn't seem like it really wants it. It's happy to be on a break, I think. And when you're not digesting food, all that energy that is required for your body to digest can now be used for healing, and all that ATP energy in your body can be rerouted to catching up on stuff, catching up on other work that the body needed to do, regeneration, all kinds of things that you don't have to consciously think about. And that's a good thing to do for your body every so often. So when I was going back, where was I going with that? Talking about I kind of went off on a tangent there for a second. I kind of lost my own plot just now. The fasting I was talking about, but what was I talking about before that? Oh yeah, the feeling of hunger. Yeah, that trigger. Most people are dehydrated. And so what I try to tell myself, if I do feel like even a sense of hunger or the impulse to eat, which I always think is more of like a mental thing than it is a physical thing with me. I go to we have one of those big water coolers that has like the hot spout and the cold spout. And I'll just take a pint glass out of the cupboard, and I don't drink alcohol, by the way. Haven't for a long time. Had a little bit of apple cider this last season, but that was a short-lived experiment after like 10 years, and I wasn't really into it. I'll drink a glass of water first and wait a second and wonder if I'm still feeling that impulse, then okay, great. And if I've taken my 90 essential nutrients for the day, which I do, if I'm still feeling hunger, then maybe I actually am hungry. But I wait to figure that out instead of just going to the direct impulse, because that's what our habits are. We roam, we seek. It's part of our nature to always be like kind of problem solving for survival. Being consciously aware of all that, though, makes the process simpler, because then if you know why you're doing something, you don't default subconsciously think that I need this. And it's a lot easier for you to manage all this stuff. Yeah, Mike, but we have to put the other. Don't just do that. You got to put the whole link on there. There you go, Karen. Karen did it. It says, of course, it wouldn't be in the mainstream medical. It's ran by the Rockefeller medical monopoly. Exactly. And then Karen put in the link, and we'll go take a look at that website here in a second. Edward Snowman said a CT scan is worth 1 to 3 years of background radiation. Holy crap. The lights just flickered too. Karen just pinned a link. There's a lot here. I fixed the. Okay, yeah. Let's see. You guys talk to each other. You guys talk to each other. San Marino's a little landlocked country in Italy, says Irvat. Stresses what Irvat does to. Funny. Look into health recovery protocol section. We'll take a look at that in a second. Because again, a lot of times people are going to be leading you down the wrong path because they're not really going to the source or the root cause of things, because that would kind of expose what they're doing to you in a sense. They treat the body as separate pieces instead of having the holistic approach, which means there's something going on in your body. Here's your set of symptoms. They're going to be describing the water. They're not telling you the how and the why and the what. They're just telling you they're describing, and that's a description is not an explanation, right? You're describing something isn't explaining the whys in the hows. So if they say, you said, does he have a video on the lymphatic health, the lymphatic system? Well, what's the bigger picture, right? And then what is the actual thing that you're looking for? Because if you can pinpoint it to, these are the symptoms, these are what the doctors are telling me is the overall, and then you can take that information as a guide, but you probably have to watch a little bit of Dr. Glidden to see how that operates, especially with the homeopathy, because your symptoms can be matched by a homeopathic remedy. You're taking the 9 essential nutrients so that your body's strong enough to make these changes and understands what is being given as a directive, basically. And the law of similars dictates that if you have this set of symptoms and you're not forgetting a couple that could be the variable that would be a different homeopathic remedy, then you take the homeopathic, and it basically gives your body just the right amount of information without being too much of a substance of that material. And it's something your body can handle because it's such a low amount of it. But once it's trained on basically the missing data, the erased software or whatever, it now has a blueprint or a battle strategy, if you want to go that far, as to how to heal the rest of your body because of whatever problem is going on. Now, if it's a deficiency in something that's causing that, it's not going to be fixed simply because of the homeopathic on its own. It will be working toward that goal. But if you need, let's say, selenium, or you need more magnesium, or you need whatever, a balance of your calcium and magnesium because you have a lot of one and not enough of the other, or you have none of one, you can't actually have none, but and then like just a little bit of the other, getting all the minerals that you need, that's when your body actually has the ability and the strength and the energy to start seeking solutions on its own. And so again, it all comes back to, did you do this part first? Because if you did, then it might start working its way towards that solution without the hijacking of a doctor with a prescription or a surgery. Sometimes that might be necessary because it's gone too far and you can't reel it back in. But there's so many things that you can do for maintenance. And then you can use like botanicals and herbals for, let's say, the kidneys or the liver. And there's a really important thing that Dr. Glidden always says about any type of program like that that's supposed to be directed at a certain part of your body, is that if it's liberating toxins, you have to have the 90 essential nutrients so your body's strong enough, because it could be dangerous. Your body's strong enough to have this sudden movement and recirculating of those toxins because they've been put someplace else as a way of managing them, because your body didn't have the energy or the capacity at the time that they were accumulating to get rid of them in the proper way. So they got stored. Let's see. I'll look in there though in a second. Let's see. I think our lives have been shortened since the 2020 globalist attack on the multi-crisis, with the multi-crisis being stressed about and pushing fear. Of course. Yeah. Everything. And there's so many things that we don't see or taste or smell because of radio waves and all that other stuff and modern technology and the fact that we're on Wi-Fi right now and I have my router behind me. There's all kinds of things that our bodies adapt to over time, but it's not to say that it doesn't come with a cost to our health or to the way our minds think, if there's mental clarity or not, simply because other things are suppressing us, almost like in an epigenetics manner where you're having things turned on and shut off, almost like by remote, because it's not something that's invading your body, it's something that's in your environment. Radiation requires no medium. Let me show this real quick. We need to make a conscious effort to strive for the healthiest organic food, says Ervat. And then Edward Snowman says, Greek holos means whole, for hologram is whole written. Yeah, what's interesting about hologram too, or the holographic universe concept, is when you think about what they say about molecules being so far apart and atoms being so far apart and that we're mostly empty space. Well, what gives us volume? It's our magnetic field. The magnetic field of all things is what gives us the volume. So it essentially is like a holographic universe, regardless if you're looking at it from the perspective of it's all fake, or is it just the sense of what gives us the appearance of reality in life is simply that's just the way it's made up, is through the fields of magnetism that make everything else turn back the hands of time like a Nosferatu for youth and beauty. Said Edward. Edward also says, what I was trying to say is that holistic, yes, the W on there, because they're dropping it off and whatnot. Dr. Glidden likes to emphasize that most people don't know how to even spell the right word, because it's his suspicion that it's dropped so that people don't see that connection. That holistic medicine means you're treating the whole body. You're treating it as a full unit. You're not Daniel arm. You're not Daniel finger. You're Daniel. That type of thing. You're not Daniel liver. So just because the issue settled in a certain area doesn't mean that's the area that you address. And you certainly shouldn't do it with a drug in the first place, especially if you're not supporting the body's ability to go through these functions or have the energy to do so. And then you're just kind of pushing it in a direction because you think in your infinite wisdom that you're smarter than nature, who is trying to fix the problem itself and to reestablish what he calls equipoise, but it just doesn't have either the energy, the nutrients, the minerals, obviously, or sometimes there's some sort of communication blockage, and that's where the holistic medicine comes in, or the hands-on healing with Dr. Monzo, where you're bridging that gap. You're letting, the email was not sent, so now it doesn't know what the contents of that email is. But okay, we figured out a way to send it now, so now the information is flowing through the body again. Yeah, I saw that. I'm gonna have to look. I would encourage you to come on Wednesday, CL Moody, so that you get Dr. Glidden's proper response at 11 a.m. Pacific time, and ask again there. I'll look for that, but it's not really specific to what I'm supposed to be looking for. Like, I understand what you're saying, but what is the actual problem? Like, what is happening? It's like inguinal node area isn't what's the what are they telling you it is? Cellulitis, lymphatic system. There's ways of cleaning that out. So before giving, because I'm not the guy, he's the guy. When it comes to very specified things like that, like I can tell you how to get the nutrition that you need and the nutrients that you need. And if you're trying to improve your health and physical appearance and strength, I've got you covered. more than covered. And it's going to be a little bit different than what most people talk about because they overlook the most important part, which is, are you getting enough minerals and other nutrients? And the whole food vitamin is going to be more recognizable to your body, and it also has more energy. There's certain types of photographs that you can take, but certain types of technology, some sort of lens. It almost looks like the ferromagnet thing that Ken Wheeler does, where it shows you the lines of force. But when you see a manufactured lab created like vitamin C, for instance, and it has like a very dull, almost like an aura, and then you look at vitamin C derived from a whole food, from a plant where it's supposed to come from, it's natural, its natural form. There's a vibrance to it, and I'm very confident that vibrance translates to your body being happier with that than that dead thing that it was giving in replace of it. So that's why I think the whole food, in my personal opinion, I lean towards that. Karen said, not the Easter Bunny. Well, that was a while ago. There's a lot of talk here, I guess. There's still 72. You better put age restrictions on this episode. Everybody needs to know that people have been practicing pharmakia. But the Easter Bunny? No, right? It's too much at once. You're breaking too many paradigms. Arsenic in the rice, said C.L. Moody. Yeah, I think I've also heard about mercury, depending on where they are, because there's a lot of contaminants in different countries, especially China. Soil and our plants are sucking up aluminum because of what they're dumping on us from the skies. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that are contributing to that, including what you just said. I think unprogrammed cell death is necrosis. No, unprogrammed. Do you say necrosis or net? Because it says MEC. Yeah, necrosis, right? Like there's the apoptosis, which is programmed, which means it's going to happen because it's not getting what it needs. Like I think with like when they talk about the testes, if your LH and FSH signaling, your hormones stop being sent out from the pituitary and the hypothalamus, then you're not going to have the supporting the supporting function isn't in place for the testes to continue to be healthy, and it'll just, hey, it's not being used anymore. Shut it down, and that's like the apoptosis, is programmed cell death. The unprogrammed is it, you're supposed to be necrosis or mecrosis? I don't know if that's a term. When I was looking it up, I was finding it as necrosis. Yeah, I don't see that. I think it was probably just a typo. Yeah, necrosis, premature uncontrolled death of cells in living tissue. Yeah, necrosis, and then we have the apoptosis, which is programmed, and then there's the atrophy, which is the shrinking, and then cytosis. Just in case people didn't know. Medical suffix indicating abnormal increase in number of cells. Leukocytes. Saxon Ranger is in the house. Hello, Saxon Ranger. He says, from a nutritional standpoint and as a cook, milk and eggs are an absolute miraculous gift from God. Beautiful. Yes. And I would also add, if we're going to go on a top tier list, even though I know what I just said about sugars and stuff like that, there's a lot of other things going on with raw honey that I don't think is a bad thing to have every so often. Supportive. But make sure it's raw, you know. C.L. Moody says, I have a genetic fat disorder and I still lose weight on keto. Your body knows what's up. Let's see. Pecans are the highest. Genetic. I think we should definitely have you on to at least have you show up on Wednesday to talk about this, because there's a lot of genetics things that people throw out there too, kind of like a dodge or a cop out. I know what you're saying. It's possible, like something in the developmental phase when you're, going through the process of being born, and being developed, that something could have happened. That's true. I think that's the only time you could actually say that something is a genetic, but is it? Because like did the mom and the dad and the other how long down the road did that happen? Because just so I think people a lot of times associate because you were born that way, if that is the case, and you've had the problem your whole life, that it must have come from mom and dad. But was it that, or was it because during the time of being developed, these nutrients that we're talking about weren't there, or weren't enough for two people to survive off of? And because nature's what it is, it favored the mother. And just like when it comes to plants, if you are trying to grow a plant and you don't have enough nutrients in the soil, it will dwarf, let's say peppers, because I used to grow peppers. It'll dwarf and then make them look all weird. And or it'll flower and then the flowers just fall off because there's not enough to support the life. So it's basically pulling back. Kind of like hair does that too, right? I mean, there's a DHT and then there's like the what's that called? That other one that's like a shock of hormones up, hormones down, and then it's like it's a acute hair loss, thinning. But it's kind of like that. Like if you think about the being pulled into the stalk, right? You're pulling back the nutrients because you don't have enough for all that, and that's not required for survival. So it's being rerouted, type of deal. Let's see. Saxon Ranger says, yeah, pecans are the highest copper food I've found. I love them. Yeah, they're also, so there's a ratio for carbohydrates, right? So if something shows it's low carb, and then it says dietary fiber, and there's an amount there. So I think with pecans, they might be 4 carbohydrates. Granted, they're very high calorie, and you can make all kinds of other statements that are valid as to why you shouldn't have like a whole bag of them. But because that would be an awful lot of calories. But it seems like with keto, if you're not doing the carbs for a while, like you can get away with that. And I was always exercising throughout the whole thing too, so I was burning like over 1,000 calories just on the elliptical each day. So did my diet have to be perfect? No, but I can tell you one thing: your body does shut down, and your immune system, according to whatever the hell you want to call it, an immune system, seems to weaken when you're taking in carbohydrates and sugar. So again, that should be another indication that maybe that's not the best approach for quote unquote fuel. All right. So yeah, with the pecans, if you have the dietary fiber and then anything, always look at this. You can subtract the dietary fiber from the carbs because the dietary fiber does not convert into glucose. So the actual impact is going to be whatever that is minus the dietary fiber content. And pecans are like the best nut for that. I love the way cashews taste, but they're not as dialed in as the pecan. And I try to stay away from walnuts. Number one, usually they're like rancid when you buy them. They always have that funky flavor, like old oil taste. So that's already bad. And I'm sure there's a shit ton of free radicals in that because of that fact. And, the inflammation that is associated with that and how that's super, super bad. But there's also, I've heard in the past, I couldn't tell you where I saw it. And if it was just on a video, I do when I see something on a video that I don't recognize, I usually go and look into it deeper to see if there's any validity to it. And a lot of times you get stonewalled, and then it makes me more suspicious. And then I look a little deeper, spend more of my time, and I think walnuts have an adverse effect on the male sex hormones, if you will. I would need to refresh my memory because this is probably a decade old information in my head. I'd have to look at that again, but I just naturally didn't like them anyway, so that was enough for me. Like even if there's a potential for that, I'm good, And Edward Snowman said, after the carb withdrawals and the food noise subsides, keto has a good, clean energy without the brain fog. Exactly. And I bet you I would have had a much easier time if I was taking the minerals back then. This intervention into my life, I was learning all this stuff over time and over a lifetime, but got like a serious download, I guess you could say, like a big bulky download in the last 4 or 5 years. No, so let's see, probably about 2 years before COVID. So, but I mean, learning a lot through that time period too. So my knowledge base has been exploding since then, and my practical application of it has been, it just confirms for me at least all the things. And I bet you I would have had a better time through that keto process. I think I did that in 2022, but I just didn't have the stuff at the time. And what's funny is Butterbot Briggs is back in the world again. He's doing stuff. He was the guy who was basically talking about keto and intermittent fasting before anybody else was really doing too much of that. And he lost like 100 and something pounds. And he's like, butter makes your pants fall off or something like that was one of his things, because people think that reducing the fat, but they never consider the sugars and the carbs. And it's the opposite, because everything is inverted for your lack of success in anything you try to do for yourself. Let's see. Yeah, but I was eating I was eating till I was full, but I still had that feeling like I wasn't getting everything, and it was because of that sugar. It was because of the carbs. I wanted it for 4 weeks. I had to fight that, because I could eat tons of eggs. I could eat tuna. I could eat steak. I could eat salmon. I could eat whatever the heck it was, and I was still like looking around, like, stop it, drink some water, shut up. And then I was like, well, I gotta find some chocolate that's made with monk fruit then. Like, just knock it off. There used to be one at Sprouts. Ask me how I know that. But eventually I succumbed socially to someone else's diet at holiday or in the cupboard. Yes, exactly, Edward. And over time you're like, yeah, I did a lot. I proved it. I proved my point. And then you're like, this is what I don't think that's consciously what I think, but it's almost like it's like that. We've got to work together to avoid vice. Exactly. Yeah, so support group is always nice. Something I don't really think a lot of people have. Nobody to talk to that's like-minded. That's kind of an epidemic of things, right? Like we're isolated from even our neighbors, so we wouldn't know if there's somebody right next door that has. And there probably is. There's probably somebody close by that has going through a similar thing. That could be your common ground. But, the way we have these in front of our faces instead of interactions with people, we would never know. Damn those Christmas cookies, said Irvat. Holocaust means whole burn, for a traditional type of sacrifice where they would burn the whole thing, every last trace, in order to produce nothing. Mm-hmm. I was just thinking of the ketones when you said that too, because we're talking about keto. It's like they say it's a half burned. We can go down that path on a different episode, though. The whole symbolism or symbology of things. Necrosis is like necromancy, said Saxon Ranger. Sorry, typo necrosis. Thank you. And touche. And then C.L. Moody says, I see a rare adipose tissue disorder specialist. 11% of women in the world have this genetic disorder, and it is very real. I'm sure it's real. I'm just thinking that maybe the way that they frame what you're feeling, because you're feeling it. So if somebody is providing a description of something, and you're experiencing it, it doesn't mean that they have their head wrapped around the solution. That's all I'm getting at. And they will tell you something that it is genetic, so that you think that it's hopeless to fix and that they've got you. They don't probably think that way, but that's how they've been taught. They've been taught in a way where there's not really cures or solutions for things. Nobody knows how things happen. They don't look to see how things happen. They just assume that your body's malfunctioning. And then when they tell you it's genetic, that's almost like they're saying that you're a mistake. Because if you think about the whole, survival of the fittest thing and all that, it's like if you're going through this, it's certainly not because of all the toxins in the environment. It's certainly not because of all the stuff that they inject in you as a child. It's certainly not about all the poison that they put in the food, water, and the air. It's your fault. And I don't accept that. until I can look through all of the other potential solutions and try them out, I would be resistant to think that this is a hopeless situation, and that because the word genetic was thrown around, is that it's part of me, and that it's not something that just needs to be corrected so that my body knows how to overcome it and then maintain and sustain health again. I'm saying I want you to feel hope rather than despair, and maybe Dr. Glidden can help us if you contact, if you get on the chat. We do call-ins on that day too, so you'll be able to call in and find out from him directly by asking him the questions. And then Canaran says, the symptoms and experiences are very real when we're not well. The genetics phrase has been overused for just about every health issue. And sometimes it might be legitimate, but it also depends on what their definition of genetics is. Right? And is it genetics or is it epigenetics? And if epigenetics is even a proper term for it, or is it the pleomorphic microzyma getting confused? Is it attacking healthy tissue because of its closeness in structure to something that was actually an intrusion in the body? So it was fixing that, and then something that looked similar to it just got its wires crossed, so it started attacking that. Then it's an autoimmune disease, they call it. Like, there's so many things that it seems like if somebody could whisper down or tell you, hey, you know what, that's not the enemy, your body would be like, oh shit, and which and there's a way to do that with the proper nutrients and a homeopathic, very often, like almost in every circumstance. But if you're not getting what you need in the very beginning, and there's chronic deficiencies that are leading to these more complicated problems, and it takes a long time to develop all those, like the first thing you should think about when they say it's genetic is like, really? Which gene on which chromosome codes for that? There'll probably be a very dead silence. You probably hear some crickets. All right. What am I doing here? I mean, like in general. So we have a March 31st one. I kind of picked that random. I want to get to, what's this one? Copper versus, oh yeah, that was something else I pulled up. These are from his medical myth busting channel overview. This isn't even him, is it? No, this was not a him. This one's him. All right. I believe that it's not hereditary with Dr. Glidden. Would probably be a good time to play this one, but let's first go into his website so we can see. Okay, so now if you're in the description, it doesn't matter if you're on Rumble, YouTube, Locals, I would just assume, because they don't really have a way to set that up that I'm familiar with. If you're watching on Locals, which is kind of integrated in this whole Rumble scenario here, that you would have a description as well. But if you don't, because it should have been like transported or exported to it, then you'll know at least how to get it from here. It's this link right here, right on top here, the green link, and it says you could use code FITWIT for 25% off. Now, just keep that in the back of your head. Click that link. I might need to move my head out of the way for this one. I do. All right. So this members button here, if you're not signed in and you're not a member, it probably should say login. And if it says login, then that's the quick way to get to the membership sign up, because it'll say, sign in or sign up. And then you can use the code there. You can use it as a monthly. You're going to save a lot more by doing it as an annual. There's a little intro video here on the landing page when you use this link. 3 ways access. His book is on here on his website through a membership subscription and with a private appointment. Those are also options, right? His book is an invaluable resource as well. And that's what it looks. Come on, scroll, bro. That's what it looks like right there. Leave Big Pharma behind. I've read it. I've read all of his books. He had one called Attempt to Cure with Holistic Medicine that was banned by Amazon during the COVID time. And I probably shouldn't even say that C word now that we're on Rumble. I mean on YouTube. And then there's another one that was Everybody is Sick and I Know Why. And that was prior to Attempt to Cure. But it used to be called the MD Emperor Has No Clothes. And people didn't understand the reference, I guess, or how to, extrapolate the meaning of it. So he changed it to Everybody's Sick and I Know Why. So if you think there's 4 books out there, there's actually 3. And this is the 3rd. And the part that they kind of omitted from the historical record by deleting it off of Amazon, the book 3, this is a book of 3 parts. The cause of the chronic disease epidemic, the cure for the chronic disease epidemic, and Attempt to Cure, Dr. Glidden's self-help health recovery protocols. You get a bunch of those on the website, on the membership site, and there's a bunch in the book as well. I think there's over 100. So what the doctors call this condition, what they say is it's caused by, and what they say they're going to do for that situation, which they've crammed everybody into and categorized and labeled. It's very industrious. Every single person has a different set of circumstances. Your body can only express itself in so many ways. That's why everything has flu-like symptoms, because there's only so many ways that you adversely react to things. You don't grow a foot out of your head or anything like that. Like, oh, that's a new one, right? So when you cluster people together, they're missing the point too of the individual symptomology, which completely makes them inept and blind to a homeopathic remedy. So what are they going to do? Well, by law, the only thing that can treat a dis-ease, which they made up and they put a name on, is with a drug, not with a vitamin. Like if you had scurvy, what would they give you? Probably some sort of chemical derived vitamin C that's patented, so it's considered a drug, if they even went that far. And think about that. Think about how many times people had been on, often, like almost every circumstance, on prescription medications that deplete you of minerals even more. When this whole thing was started, they were started down this bad bad trail because of deficiencies in X, Y, and Z. And because you don't have to go, it's 60 different minerals. Instead of trying to figure out which one it is, because it's probably all of them to some degree, you give your body everything that it needs and it sorts itself out. And if it's super, super deficient in things, or if it could use a little bit extra, like say selenium or actual whole food vitamin C, then you just add more to that foundation of the 90 essentials. Okay, moving on. So you can scroll down through this way and get the tutorial. Oh, that's Dr. Dave Janda right there. And then, so there'll be 25% off both of those. All right. But if you just hit the login, it'll be in there. And that's way cheaper than going on paying copays to somebody who's just going to make you sicker. So your time, effort, and health kind of weigh in the balance there. Much better off with Dr. Glidden. The other thing, the most expensive type of medicine is the one that doesn't cure anything, because you'll be paying for it for the rest of your life. And with every prescription, it's going to cause more and more issues. Of course, because they call those side effects, when it's really just that's the effect of putting something in your body that is unnatural and then forcing your body in a way that the doctor thinks is superior to nature's way of handling things. And that collateral damage is what they call side effects, because it's screwing up everything else in its warpath. So there's a new content page there for members. The health recovery protocols are right here. So let's scroll down here real quick for CL Moody and see what we got. So there's a 7-day detox program, 21-day beet juice program, a 67-day heavy metal detox. And then it gets into the labeling game and what the doctors say and what the NDs, as in naturopathic doctors, say. One of them's curative, by the way, and the other one is symptom management. Can you guess which one's which? The MD. All right. So the acid reflux heartburn, acne, addictions. You see, I'm not going to read them all, but alopecia, hair loss, Alzheimer's, statins. Yeah. Lack of cholesterol in the body, suppressed or damaged liver. Those things that they poke you with when you're young, and you have the option to not be poked with when you get older, but sometimes people still get them, and there's that explanation right across from it for that. Okay. Arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, atherosclerosis, arterial fibrillation, and then there's lupus, Lyme disease, macular degeneration, measles, urinary tract infections. You get it. It's a bunch of fibromyalgia, warts, gout, headaches. So you just look it up here. Intestinal cystitis, cystitis, I guess. Scoliosis. Hey, I'm on that category a little bit. Hyperthyroid, hypothyroid. Let's just pick one. We'll do hot flashes of menopause just for fun. So some of these have videos, some of these have descriptions. So just to give you an example, the MD says it's unknown. Hormonal imbalances. It's menopause. The MD gives you synthetic hormones. The naturopathic doctor says liver sluggishness, cholesterol deficiencies, because that's the first thing they put you on when you get older, because God forbid you get a heart attack from that darn cholesterol that keeps your body and brain working, because it's definitely that, and definitely not the amount of inflammation that you're causing yourself by picking the wrong foods to eat and beating up your gut and your microbiome and all that stuff. Essential nutrient deficiencies, of course. Polypharmacy, taking the prescriptions causes this. Consistent consumption of pro-inflammatory foods. Hey, look, I didn't even read this ahead of time. Menopause is not a disease. It is a time of life. This is what they say. All right. If anyone becomes symptomatic for more than 3 months at the onset of menopause, then it reflects the lack of the internal strength, health, and balance of their body. MDs, not believing in the vital force, throw synthetic hormones into the mix, attempting to overpower the hormonal system. This is never a good idea. The body uses the liver to help regulate hormones. The hypothalamus, which is part of the brain, we talked about the hypothalamus when I was talking about LH and FSH, is also involved. Therefore, therapeutic support for both of those is indicated. The best way to help the liver is with a 21-day beet juice program outlined in Appendix 8. 13. It's a little like fruit fly or something. The best way to help the hypothalamus is with the Good Herbs product Hypothalamus Support. Hey, look, they even named it like appropriately. Homeopathy, if it matches the symptomology, can also be a great blessing here. But what's the core thing? 90 essential nutrients. My doctor, his recommendation. In addition to the 90 essential nutrients and the elimination of the 12 bad foods, stop taking all statin drugs. Good Herbs Hypothalamus Support. If under 150 pounds, get 1 bottle per month, and it goes on and on and on, okay? Eat a diet high in cholesterol. The hot flush occurs at night. So the homeopathy says, like, if these are the symptoms, then you go for this. So this is the homeopathic remedy. If this is the symptom, if this is the symptom, then you take the belladonna. If this is a symptom, you take the glononium. Why do I do this to myself? Glononium. I should just say that thing. And then you have osteoporosis, you have Parkinson's disease. I hope you don't actually have it. Poison ivy. There's a good one. Exposure to an irritating oil contained in the poison ivy plant called urushiol. I just talked urushiol. And I just that sounds like a hormone, doesn't it? With the IOL at the end. This is something that has come up in conversation quite a lot. Rus toxicodendron is actually a homeopathic remedy that's derived from the law of similars, which means it's such a finite amount that it's almost non-existent, but it's enough to give the energetic frequency or the frequency signature to the body to recognize what it is, right? And that's how homeopathics work. The smaller the amount, the more impact it has on the body. It's pretty interesting. Instead of taking massive amounts of drugs and constantly raising the amount in your prescription. So what do they do for poison ivy? Steroid creams. ND cause, of course, same. Exposure to the irritating oil. Discussion. My father was extremely susceptible to poison ivy. I am extremely susceptible to poison ivy. This predisposition to having a severe reaction to poison ivy must be inherited because I know many people that are not susceptible to at all to poison ivy. The bane of my existence is the warrior plant, Rus toxicodendron, otherwise known as poison ivy. When I attain cosmic consciousness, I will eradicate all poison ivy from the face of the earth. This is kind of funny way of saying. The poison ivy rash is 2 weeks of hell. In my quest to combat poison ivy, I've tried virtually everything everything, and I've experienced very limited success. Being a classical homeopath, I have tried many different homeopathic remedies, and they have all failed me. After my last bout with poison ivy, a friend of mine told me that an oil infusion of the plant jewelweed is very effective at knocking down the symptoms of poison ivy rash and shortening its duration. This advice came to me too late, so I have not tried it personally. I hope to never have to resort to any poison ivy remedies in the future, as I avoid the nasty little plant like the plague. In one of my life's greatest ironies, I live on an acre of land, a good 40% of which is covered by poison ivy of many different varieties. Go figure. So since this has been written, I've got something for you. So, no, he says right here. This is it. Rus venenata. This one right here. This is what he just told my friend to get because he got poison ivy when he was cutting some stuff, and it got on his on the inside of his hand and around the area. And it was driving him nuts. A friend of ours. And so I asked Dr. Glidden for him, and I said, so should we get the Rus toxicodendron? Because that would, to me, make sense that the law of similars in this case would be like 1-to-1 ratio with this is the plant poison ivy, so you use the homeopathic remedy for it. He said, no, use this one. This is actually, is for, I think this is a derivative of poison oak, which I know it doesn't make sense on the surface at first until you understand that you're telling your body what's going on by giving it a tiny amount of it so that it can actually manage that tiny amount, and then it knows how to fix everything else, and it can bring you closer to healing. And like a lot of these things, like you give it to a healthy person, and it would in a larger amount than the homeopathic remedy, and it would produce XYZ symptoms. So that's how they know what the symptom profile is. And then if you give it to a person who has those symptoms already current, that law of similar thing in the homeopathic, like non-dose of that same thing, that same substance, which is almost no substance whatsoever, it's enough for the body to understand to do its thing. Nobody actually understands the mechanism, but I'm pretty sure that I might have an idea when it comes to the microzyma and how they just have to be shown what to do. And then you have a remarkable recovery on a lot of things, and it happens over and over and over again, which is pretty awesome. And then you can go through all the rest. I'm not sure what your Sjögren's disease, sprained ankle, so you might find something on here, but I think the best bet for you, CL Moody, is to contact through the live stream, either by calling in, or it might be better for you to call in so you can back and forth, and the chat would be a little bit quicker than the chat on Wednesday. Where we at? So I can click members here, and then I go to, there's a live Q&A that he does Tuesdays and Thursdays for members only. That when I say that, it means in order to ask questions to him, you'd have to be a member on the site. And then on Wednesdays, he's here with us. The medical insight page is where I've spent my last 2 weeks when I'm on the elliptical or working and making hot sauce for orders or whatever. I just flip open the laptop and I watch or listen to basically one of these videos. The 12 bad foods description is right here. 10 questions to ask your MD before agreeing to treatment. 13 questions to ask your oncologist. The 90 essential nutrients by way of that method. Adrenals webinar. There's some good information in that one. Really good. I think the only one I haven't watched here is the after surgery care. The anti-aging one we just watched. Most of it. And then the blood work, calcium, medical cannabis, cholesterol. Cholesterol one. I can show you guys a snippet of that one that I used for a different video, because that one's already processed. I was trying to figure out like what I could cut out, like little pieces of these each and then present them. And I'll do that maybe on another marathon day. but this is our first. So I didn't have time to do all that. Essential fatty acids one's also very, like, even just if you look at just the title, you think, it's not really. When you listen to the full webinar explanation and things, you're learning about all kinds of different things in relation to that. And it's just the information is so freaking awesome. You come away feeling like you're way smarter every freaking time. It's so funny. Like, I'm like, yeah, I'm not really into detox, but I gotta watch it because I'm looking for timestamps for him. And I watched all these. I'm like, man, I would never even clicked on these before if I didn't have this like task I was doing. The fractionated nutrition one is freaking really important. How long is that one? 13 minutes. That's a quick one you could watch. And then, so let me go back to this page here too, so I can prove to you that they're not all just written descriptions on here. Let me pick one that's. See, there's a video here for liver health for the hepatitis one. I think this one probably has a video on it. Yep, the thyroid. Watch that video first. Heart disease. There's a video. This one might not have it. Oh, yep. Crohn's disease, GI tract, back on track. That one's also on the medical insights page. And some of them will be repeated because it's the same mechanism or related that would fix all those things, especially when it comes to what's the core problem. Well, that's why this symptom was more pronounced, or that one, but it's all related to the same base reason. So same information would apply as to how to get on the other side of it. Kidney stones. Now, this is a big one. Get it? I had this. I watched this. And then I asked Dr. Glidden after gathering the things that was said to take, because I went to the MD, I went to the ER because I was having double over pain and I couldn't stand up straight because it was so bad. And it was really, really messed up. That's when they gave me a CT scan. And then they said, oh yeah, we knew that you had a kidney stone. We knew that you had a kidney stone, I don't know how many months before that, because you came in. I think it was, I was in a car accident and I got a severe concussion because some jerk decided to pay more attention to his phone, speed past my daughter's gymnastics class, and then drive directly. Like he was going so fast, they tried to go off to the side and he smashed right into my door. And yeah, I was lights out for a while. Severe concussion. I still have effects of it. I lose words. You hear me pausing. It's bad, right? And they did a CT scan, and I can even tell you the messed up horror of that. But the whole point is, when it came to them telling me that they already knew that I had a kidney stone, and I'm exhibiting all these symptoms and pain, and I was pretty sure that's probably what it was. When I walked in there, or hobbled in there, it's like, okay, so why did you give me 500 times the radiation of a normal X-ray when you already knew what was there? Why did you make me do it again? Why did you subject me to all of that? And then they try to convince me to get the radioactive dye injection. I'm like, you're not doing that. No. The first time when I had the severe concussion and I was out of it, they did it. God only knows what that's going to do in the future, or what it has done, or maybe, hopefully, enough healing has gone on since then. But that's how they treated it. And then they told me, they gave me some sort of like pain relief thing there. I think maybe it was a shot of Dilaudid. Like, I was pretty intense. But all that does is make you like dizzy and goofy and loopy and tired and still in pain. Like, pain medicine doesn't, it's just like you feel better about having the pain. Not so much that the pain feels better. It's not, the pain doesn't go away, at least not for me. And they said that it's about the size of an eraser. So this jagged piece of freaking calcium deposit, it's like a spike ball, spikes all over it. They're like, yeah, it's about the size of a pencil eraser. Now, that doesn't maybe sound very big until you realize where it's got to come out. And I'm like, no, as if it was still all the way up here. I'm like, no, that's not happening. We're not doing that. And I was like, looking at my phone, like, so there's this sonic therapy. There's like this kind of like an ultrasound thing that breaks them up. I said, are you going to do that? It's like, no. I'm thinking to myself, is it because I have VA insurance that you're not going to do it? Because the VA doesn't give a shit about us. So yeah, like, yeah, no, we're not doing it. I'm like, so you want me to pass this that big, and being that it's jagged, spiky thing, God knows what type of damage and lacerations it's going to cause in the inner part of my body that I would really prefer not to let happen. You're going to do that. You're not going to help out in any way. I'm like, so why did I come here? And why did you send me home glowing with radiation? These types of experiences are why I'm so adamant about this stuff. We got to keep ourselves away from these people. And I watched this video afterward. I should have started with the video, and I was like, oh, okay, so I got to get this and that. And then I sent him a text message. I said, I'm in tons of pain right now. I said, are these the only things that you would recommend? The video is a little older if you've thought of it or, learned anything new from that. And he said, get this other thing too. And this will break it up so that you should pass it without this little fruit fly. You should pass it without any problem. Without any pain too. So I was like, okay, I'm definitely going to get that. I wish I had it at the house already. So I got that. It was corn silk ZMAs or whatever. And I took one of the 4. He said, because again, symptoms, I could miss one. And if I don't give him all the symptoms, obviously we know it's a kidney stone, but that's not symptoms. Like, what is it going on in your body? Is it throbbing? Is it sharp? Is it this or that? Like, these things freaking matter. It's amazingly insane how this works it's also very cool, like metaphysically cool, how homeopathy works. So if it's a throbbing pain or it's a dull pain or if it's a sharp pain, it could be a different homeopathic thing, even though we know it's a kidney stone. Okay, so he gave me a list of 4 different homeopathic pellets to pick up. And he said, start with the calicarbonicum. He said, take 2 pellets for 2 pellets every 20 or 30 minutes, he said, for 4, and take it 4 times. If nothing feels different or it gets worse, then go on to the next one. And he listed in order which ones I should do in the sequential order, right? The very first one he gave me, the calicarbonicum, I took it once. 20 minutes later, I took it again, or however long it was, a half hour. I took it again. And by the 3rd time, and before I was even time for me to take it, the freaking pain went away. I wasn't able to stand up straight. I was doubling over, talking and texting like this, like curled up, like, occasionally screaming out in pain. This is how the doctor sent me home. And after I got the calicarbonicum, the 3rd time, and he's like, okay, good. And you don't continue to take a homeopathic once the problem goes away. That's the other thing. You don't take it till the prescription's gone, type of thing. No, once it's done, it's done. It's done its thing. So I felt better. I wasn't in pain. And then the other thing dissolved it, and I was able to pee it out. I might have felt a little tingle, like a little sting, not very much at all. Way different than if it was a freaking, eraser coming out, a spiked eraser. And that's the difference between knowing Dr. Glidden and not knowing Dr. Glidden. The thing that they had me set up for was going to be horrific torture and could have caused other problems, could have caused infections, could have caused anything because of lacerations and cutting myself up from the inside. Who knows what it would have done? Not to mention the trauma. Jesus. But I had a Dr. Glidden, and that's why I find this stuff very important, and I'm a huge fan and advocate for not just homeopathy, naturopathy, and clinical nutrition, or getting your 90 essentials. Another way of saying that, but the overall sharing of this information, the teaching others how to be independent from the doctors, right? So you can handle a majority of things in house and with this website. And what's the most it's going to cost you? Like $10, $12, sometimes $8 for a homeopathic remedy, provided you're also taking your 9 essential nutrients and you don't have other problems that are happening. You're not eating a crappy diet, right? Right. So that's my little story on that. So MDs say unknown risk factors. MDs talk about risk factors. The cause is always, every time you look at these, the cause, the doctors don't know. They couldn't imagine what it was, because it's usually probably related to what they've told you to do or what society has taught us to do, and it's connected, or the habits and routines. You can't focus on those things because then that kind of makes it look a little bad. So you got to say it's unknown or it's genetic, meaning it's your fault. You're a mistake. That's what they're saying when they're saying that. Like, genetic is like saying you're an accident in nature. Your family wasn't supposed to, your mom and dad should never have survived long enough to get together and have you. That's what they're saying. Like, that's a really disgustingly evil insult. You should start taking it that way too. So MD cause is unknown, as it is with everything, because they're not going to try to look for causation, because that would get them too close to a cure. MDs talk about risk factors such as eating a lot of protein. That's stupid. Sodium and high oxalate foods such as chocolate or dark green vegetables. But not everybody who eats these things gets a kidney stone. Must be genetic. Right. And then when you question them on, oh really? What gene and what chromosome? They'll throw you out of their office. So MDs say surgery to remove the stones or ultrasound treatment to break up the stones. When I read that, I'm like, well, are you going to do the ultrasound thing? Like, no, you're not going to help me at all, huh? Naturopathic doctor cause calcium deficiencies, not too much calcium. Some other people have said that, and a lot of people tell you that. Well, you had so much calcium that it got stuck in your kidneys. Wrong. Calcium deficiencies, you can't have too much calcium. Your body's constantly in need of calcium, and majority of things that you take that have calcium in them have like an 8% absorption rate. And if you have messed up stomach acids that are not strong, it's even less than that. You take 500 milligram horse pill calcium, you're getting like a speck of that. And it's calcium carbonate half the time. So chew on some rocks. Calcium deficiency is caused by overly acidic blood, which is caused by consistent consumption of the 12 bad foods and not enough minerals in the body. Are you seeing a pattern here? How this is the foundation of everything? I'm pointing at these. All right. Just the opposite is true. Blood levels of calcium are inversely related to nutritional calcium status. Your body will go out of its way to maintain a proper pH of your blood. If your blood becomes a little too acidic or a little too alkaline, the body will adapt and adjust quickly. This is about keeping you alive, right? To bring the pH of the blood back to where it wants to be. It is really quite a cult to alkalinize the blood. Alkalinize, right? Make it alkaline. But it is very easy to acidify it. It's hard to alkalinize it. It's easy to acidify it. The standard American diet acidifies the blood like nobody's business. When the blood becomes acidic, the body activates a buffering system which sucks minerals out of your skeleton. And that's where you're going to have weaker bones and also some problems with your kidneys, right? Sucks minerals out of your skeleton, especially calcium, using them to neutralize the acid in the blood. If you're eating food all the time that makes your body acidic, then the buffering system will be activated all the time. Do you want to know what osteoporosis medicine does? Do you think it provides nutrients for the osteoblasts, like calcium, so that it can put on new healthy bone? No. You want to know what it actually does? It suppresses the osteoclasts, which eat away the old bone so that the new bone can be added. So you're getting thicker bones, and then, hey, look, the doctor wins. That's incredible. So your body's inability to strip away the old bone so that the new bone can be applied and stronger, it's preventing the old bone from being taken out. So you have weaker, more brittle, thicker bones. This is the MD. Okay. Everything that they do is like that. These are examples that speak on behalf of, speak to all of their methodology. And it honestly couldn't be coincidental or ignorance. At a certain point, it has to be deliberate, even though they don't know that themselves. The system of the cult of medicine knows damn well. You'll be leaching minerals from your bones even when you're sleeping. Invariably, this constant stealing of calcium and other minerals from your bones will make the calcium levels in your blood increase. When there is relatively too much calcium in your blood for an extended period of time, the kidneys will become jammed up with calcium. Now, do you think there's a too much calcium problem here? Not so much if they had to strip it from your body, from your bones to make your, right? The blood's too acidic. Whereas if there was no other calcium, then they go for your bones and they start taking it out and weakening your structure and demineralizing you at the same time. But your body's doing it for a reason, to keep you from croaking in a different way. But it has to borrow from, steal from Peter to pay Paul type of thing, or rob from Peter to pay Paul. This is how calcium oxalate stones are formed. They are the most common type of kidney stones. Therefore, anybody with a kidney stone must be considered to be extremely deficient in calcium and other minerals, and also too acidic of blood, right? Because the calcium should also be enough. There should be enough calcium in the blood to maintain the pH. So when there isn't, then they have to pull from the bones. But typically, if you had enough calcium in your body, you'd have enough for your bones and for your pH. Does that make sense? Remember that the body has wisdom. It takes a long time for kidney stones to form, and they can become quite large. The body understands that there are stones in the kidney that have no business being there. An undernutrified body does not have the ability to eliminate the stones. Oftentimes, did you hear that? An undernutrified body does not have the ability to eliminate the stones. When I started taking the 90 essential nutrients and I was on it for a while, all of a sudden I had this kidney stone issue. And Dr. Glidden said to me, it's because you're finally doing things right and your body's freaking cleaning house and picking up the trash and getting it out of you. And so it's a good thing. You just have to go through the pains of getting to the better health. And thankfully he was able to be there to help. And actually Dr. Monzo was too. He had the touch points. I did those as well, along with the homeopathics. So both of them came to my assistance on this because it was awful, and they're very good friends. So I was very appreciative. Not everybody has a Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo on speed dial, but you do have this, and you do have our show on Wednesdays. The passage of even a small kidney stone is extremely painful, and unless you understand what's going on here, it would be easy for you to mistakenly think that the nutritional supplements gave you a kidney stone and made your body pass it. This is only half true. Right. The nutritional supplement program made it easier for you to eject the kidney stone, but it was there in the first place because of chronic, long-standing mineral deficiencies. So, yeah, this is just another example of the freaking priceless information that's on this website. All right. And I highly encourage you to be smarter than the average bear or whatever animal you choose. Otter, honey badger. I think honey badgers might have kind of an intellect. I think they're so smart but they're also so tough that they know that they don't have to be intellectual if they don't want to, because they can just kick your ass. Like, oh yeah, snake, I could outsmart you, but I'm gonna let you bite me. Gets me high. Take that, cobra. You just wasted a bunch of your drug on me. Thanks. Those things are unkillable. They're like little Wolverines and Deadpools running around regenerating. Anyway, so that's the link. I'll put it back on there again. Just copy. There we go. Oh, it's already up there. Never mind. It's already pinned. It's already pinned on there. But if you guys are on YouTube, just go to the description of the video. All right. And then down here, there's 90 essential nutrients link. And then if you want to go to both in one shot, instead of having to look, just look at my website. And then products for 15% off there. But just click it. Boom. And then there's that. And there's that right there. All right. Let's get into the next video. I think we did everything. Do I need to go back into the chat again? I think we got through most of this. Okay, hold on. What time on Wednesdays? It's 11 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah. What time? Well, I did it twice. Edward Someone says, I think as long as survival of the fittest is completely individualistic, the fittest are predators, such as psychos, corporations, and AIs. Yes. No, I agree with that. But you like, there's also the noble warrior thing, right? You can be able and capable of doing, anybody's capable and able to do bad things to get ahead. It takes a stronger person to do the right thing because it's the right thing and to protect the innocent from the people who do the bad. And that's how you keep that in control. Unfortunately, there's not been a lot of that going on lately. So here we are in the state of the world that we're in. All right. I think we're going to do this one. It's not hereditary with Dr. Glidden. And just before we do, just bear with it. I got to do this thing. It's the thing that I have to do. Okay. You're going to hear it for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. If you want to go make yourself a coffee or whatever, if you've already done it. If you haven't already done this, then you need to hear this. Okay. If you're not already a member on Dr. Glidden's membership site, make sure you are. And if you are going to be taking the advice of wise geniuses here, Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo, you'll be getting the 90 essential nutrients. Everybody's disposable income has been lately, right? Well, you can go the Eiffel Health route and get the Tangy Tangerine and all that stuff from them. But the whole food multivitamin is, the last time I checked, half the price. And it's still a 30-day supply. And it's a whole food. The other one isn't. I don't know what the ORAC value is because they don't do that anymore, but there you go. And then the Beyond Osteo Effects, which I love, by the way. This is slightly different because it has the phosphorus. The other one doesn't. The other one has glutathione. I'm sorry, not glutathione, glucosamine. This one is calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, all in an absorbable form, and it helps regulate the iron to copper ratio by getting the excess iron out of your tissues where it doesn't belong. Because it gets stored in your tissues. People are like, you're iron deficient because it's not in the blood. That's like saying Amazon only has it's on its trucks being transported. And that's how you're going to assess how much product Amazon has when they have huge warehouses. Right? What about the inventory in the warehouse? And before you start adding how much, it's like they're only assessing what's in transit when they do a blood test for iron. So they're not testing to see how much is stuck in your tissues. So if they give you a ferritin pill, they're only adding to the problem. And they'll say, "Oh, you're anemic." Well, maybe it's because there's an imbalance and things aren't where they're supposed to be because you don't have all the nutrients and all the minerals, and the minerals work together to dictate where everything goes and how it performs. So if you have too much of one thing, it throws off the balance and the ability to maintain and retain other parts of the mineral necessities. So we get it all in balance. Your ATP energy in your cells is going to improve as well. And if you're getting enough copper, then you're going to have elastin. I had a hernia, and what they call it, and incarcerated inguinal hernia. That's not fun. I'm doing a leg press, but I had already had a little tiny bump, and then one day I got stuck, and that bump wasn't squishy anymore, and it was extreme pain. And I was still at the gym at the time, and I was a personal trainer at the time, but I was doing it. It was Thanksgiving night, 2-3 years ago. And then I already had the bump. I got the bump. I only recognized it during, I think it was during the actual lockdown. So I'm like, where the hell did that come from? I'm like, I have no idea how. I could have sneezed or coughed. You don't know when it happens if you don't notice it when it happens, right? I had this weird bump. And I'm like, what the heck is that? And then it's just kind of sometimes get bigger and it got squishy and it was weird. It always concerned me, but I'm like, I don't like MDs. I'm afraid of them, so I'm not going anywhere near them. And with good reason, by the way. And so then one day I got stuck and I called telenurses and places. I'm like, should I be concerned about this? And they're like, yes, you need to go to doctors like immediately because otherwise part of your intestine / colon could die and then they'd have to remove it. And I'm like, I don't want a bag on my hip. They're like, yeah, and you could also die if it poisons your blood. Okay. So like 2:00 in the morning, I wrote a little note saying, hi, Rebecca and Farah, my daughter. I'm going to the ER. And I think I said a couple other things. And they saw the note when they woke up and then they showed up at the hospital. And 7 a.m. that morning, I was there all night. And I had 6 belly buttons or something like that because of the microsurgery thing that they do with the robot. It's fixed. I don't know if that was the right way to go about it, but it's the way they went about it. So I of course I want to take the copper. Of course I want to take the collagen and make sure the elastin's good now. You know, you don't even know when you eat healthy, like that you're just still not getting your nutrients and for how long. And how long did it and have things already broken down? And especially if you don't know or you haven't been on them long enough yet, there's still a window there where things are still in the disrepair before they become the repaired that you have to, consider. So what just happened to me. Same thing with the kidney stone. I was getting healthier, so I ejected the kidney stone. Why did I have the kidney stone? Because there was a time in my life where I drank. There was a time in my life when I didn't eat right. There was a time in my life when I did all kinds of stupid shit, but I was always physically active, I think, for the most part. But anyway. What else was I going to say? I think that's it. Hi. Yeah, that Eternia sucked. I wasn't a huge fan of that. So yeah, elastin's kind of a big deal to me. And that's why I take the extra copper and also the ATP energy. That's what I was going to say because a lot of people are dealing with energy lulls and we're all freaking depressed these days. Things aren't great, so that doesn't help. Why is it doing that? I'm clicking that one. There we go. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to go get up and maybe get another cup of coffee at 11 p.m. here, 11:06. But I'll get this one started. This one, if I remember correctly, this is the one I was looking for. There's one that I believe is exceptional to one, and I believe it was this one. Good information. I'm pretty damn sure. I have to remember by the haircut and the shirt what I was wearing. If it was the right one, it's a long time ago. Like it says March 4th, but this was an old video that was on the main channel that I had uploaded here at that time. So it's not the actual date of the broadcast. I might even say what the date of is on here. So I used to do that. I don't always do that, but I tried to remember. All right. If you're still with me, stick around. This one should be pretty awesome. So they say. Let's go to 2. Where is it? Excuse me. Yeah, I'll wait until after this one to play that thing again. All right. Or at least until I get back. I'll pop it in the middle. Freezing. Hey, everybody. It's Wednesday. We are here with Dr. Peter Glidden, ND, naturopathic doctor. He specializes in homeopathy, nutrition. Let's just put it this way. He knows what he's doing, and he's been doing it for 37 years. He's very good at what he does. He's saved my sanity and my health multiple times. He's been on the money, on target so many times, it's ridiculous. And I have to tell you, people have been contacting me after being on the 90 for a brief period of time and for more than 3 months. And they're telling me that they feel incredibly better. That's something that we can discuss later when we go into the Eiffel Health. But here is today, once again, Dr. Peter Glidden, and we're going to go over some of the common misconceptions, kind of something we're doing new. If we have time for calls at the end, I'm sure that we'll be able to fit those in if time allows. But we need to understand certain things first. And also, unless something's changed since last night, Dr. Glidden, is the monthly still there?
Is the what?
Monthly still there on the site?
It's still there.
Okay. All right. So, guys, take advantage before everything changes. Let's go to the comments here, and we have a Karen from Good Morning here, and then the banner. Let me put up the exclusive banner for Eiffel Health. Where did I put that one? I probably just scrolling right past it because that's what I do. And my brain, man, I swear, exclusive content.
Yeah.
What does that actually mean?
That's because nobody in this country is smarter than a fifth grader, and the information that people have been taught about genetics is perhaps 1/10 of the real story. And the whole genetic thing is a microcosm of the bigger problem that we experience in medicine as a whole. The bigger print, all of which is propped up and supported by all of the current medical mythology, which most people believe in, is 100% a function of propaganda generated by a medical monopoly that was put in place by the Carnegies and the Rockefellers over 100 years ago. We haven't had medical freedom for over 100 years. And because of the medical monopoly, which is supported by the MDs and the pharmaceutical industry, everything that's been researched about anatomy and physiology and pathophysiology and what to do to help the body fix itself, all of it has been done through a filter of allopathic reductionism, which is a filter, and it distorts the truth. It's like looking through a glass darkly. And this is why the leading cause of death in the United States is MD-directed medicine. The leading cause of bankruptcy is MD-directed medicine. And even though those two things are true, everybody still genuflects at the altar of MD medicine, because for over a century now, people have been indoctrinated into believing that if the MDs can't figure it out, nobody can. And oh, by the way, everybody who's not an MD practices back of the bus quack medicine. This is what people have been propagandized to believe, which, by the way, is the opposite of the truth. So when it comes to genetics, there is a tremendous amount of misinformation that has populated itself into the mainstream, has been propagandized into the mainstream on purpose in order to get people to thinking that if they have an illness, it's not the doctor's fault. It's their fault, right? They had the bad gene. It's their, you can't fight Mother Nature. If you're born with this particular genetic tendency, then you're screwed, glued, and tattooed, and it's not your doctor's fault that you got heart disease. It's not your doctor's fault that you got type 2 diabetes. It's not your doctor's fault that this, that, or the other thing happened to you. It's your genes, man. It's your genes. You can't fight your genes. And all of these things are lies. Because there's a big difference between genetics and epigenetics. And epigenetics is the truth of things. Genetics is the through the glass darkly things. Now, it's a complicated situation to talk about, because when we start talking about genes, nobody even knows what a gene is. I mean, doctors and think that they know, and researchers think they know what a gene is, but there's a tremendous amount of genetic material that's contained in every cell. The stuff that is called a gene represents 10% of all the genetic material that's contained in one cell, about 10%. 90% is referred to by the scientific community as junk DNA. You have no idea it's just there, doesn't do anything. There's no purpose for it at all. It's just, who knows? No such thing as divine intelligence, no such thing as God. It's just a random accumulation of biochemicals.
It doesn't corroborate their mechanical view of things, so
right. So they discard it, or they don't even think about it. And if they can't understand it and don't think about it, they discard it. Because there is no greater profession. There is no profession in the world that has a greater amount of academic hubris and arrogance than the MDs. It's a legendary. Their arrogance and hubris is legendary. The halls of conventional medicine are littered with the discarded remains of ridiculous therapeutics, which in their day were the standard of care, like bloodletting, right?
It's very
Back in the
scary.
day, if you didn't bleed your patients, it was considered malpractice. You were putting them at risk. You were endangering them. That's how crazy it is. But the MDs get a pass, right? Then their hubris does not allow them to admit the fact that they were wrong, or to apologize, or to adjust their viewpoint so that they could have a better understanding of what's going on. That's just never going to happen in MD land. But I digress. So when it comes to genetics, right, the conversation is that you have a gene that's on your chromosomes. It's a particular area of the chromosome, and all of the genes that have been decoded so far represent about 10% of the entire genetic material. We're going to disregard the other 90%. We're only going to focus on that 10%. And if you have a particular gene in your body, that's it. You whatever that gene codes for is what's going to happen to you.
So predetermined, predestined, all that stuff. That's basically what they're saying. You're just running through the program from start to finish like a tape.
That's correct. Now, to a certain extent, that's true. I mean, genetics determines your sex. Genetics determines the color of your eyes. Genetics determines your blood type. Genetics determines a lot of things are, in fact, baked into the cake. But a lot of things are not baked into the cake. But because of this tunnel vision that the medical doctors bring to bear on their understanding of these things, because they're looking through a glass darkly, but they don't know that they're looking through a glass darkly, their conclusions and their determinations are incorrect. So medical doctors will have you believe that African Americans get greater amounts of heart disease and greater amounts of type 2 diabetes, which they do, and they have shorter life expectancies than anybody else because of a mysterious black gene, which has, never been identified, by the way.
Which is hilarious. They can find about as many of these genes that they talk about as they can find viruses to isolate. There should be a correlation. Which is zero.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. The medical mediocrity gift that keeps on giving. So they tell everybody that blacks have crappier health because they have a bad gene. But they can't identify the gene. They have no idea what to do. All that they know is that blacks have worse health outcomes as a race. And they're correct, they do. But it's not because they have a bad gene. It's because of the culture that African Americans have grown up inside of in the United States leads them to all eat certain foods to a high degree. African Americans eat more fried food than any other part of the population in the United States, period. Well, the Native Americans on reservations eat just as much fried food as the blacks do, and they have shittier health outcomes than anybody else also. And it's not because they have, the Native American gene. It's because of the food that they're eating. Now, my colleague, Dr. Wallach, who I learned most of my medical nutrition stuff from, was working for Yerkes Primate Research Center in Atlanta, Georgia in the 1980s. Dr. Wallach discovered the cause and the cure for cystic fibrosis. Let me say it again. He discovered the cause and the cure for cystic fibrosis, and Yerkes Primate Research Center fired him because he discovered that, and he was working with little rhesus monkeys, doing experiments on animals. If a pregnant rhesus monkey mother was fed a diet that had no selenium in it, selenium being a trace mineral like calcium, then the little baby monkeys were born with cystic fibrosis. And if the mother's diet was replete with selenium, the little baby monkeys had no cystic fibrosis. There was a genetic switch that was flipped, which caused cystic fibrosis in the absence of selenium, which would be considered in this conversation a nutritional stress. So the lack of an essential mineral, selenium, stressed the little baby monkey's body as it was developing, and a genetic switch was flipped that caused the genesis of cystic fibrosis. Now, Wallach brought his findings to the the heads of Yerkes Primate Research Center. And in the 80s, this notion of nutritional stress causing a genetic disease was like, telling people that George Washington is still alive. It's like, you got to be, what are you, nuts? You got to be nuts. You're
How
nuts.
is that not more logical? I don't get it.
Yeah, well, it's logical to you and to me, but it is not logical to the mainstream materialistic MD.
The hocus pocus. The ones who think they're so grounded are the ones who can't find any rational, they can't touch the things that they say are causing everything.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what they've told you. The only people practicing quack medicine in this world have MD after their name. And you can take that to the bank. Now,
so convoluted.
So it's epigenetic, and Dr. Wallach is considered the father of the whole phenomenon of epigenetics, which is the genesis of disease based on some type of a negative stress that impacts your chromosomes and your genetic structure. This is epigenetics. Now, one of the discoverers of the DNA model, Watson and Crick.
Mm-hmm.
I forget if it was Watson or I forget if it was Crick, but it was one of these guys a number of years ago. This is about 10 years ago, maybe longer. He gave a speech at the International Congress of Genetics, right? It was like the top geneticists in the world meet once a year to collaborate and discuss and review their findings. And he gave a lecture because he discovered that, or some people say he stole, but in any event, he was attributed with the discovery of the structure of DNA, the structure of our genetics. And he gets up in front of all these guys and he said that you can decode all of the genes in all of the chromosomes in the entire human genome. You can feed it into a computer algorithm and we know exactly what the anatomy of the chromosomes are, exactly to the molecular level, and that will do nothing to affect the genesis of chronic disease. Because it's not the genes, it's not the chromosomes, it's the environmental stress which acts upon the genes and upon the chromosomes.
And how
it has nothing to do with it. It's the environmental stress, like, toxins and parasites and lack of nutrients and all that, which is the driver of the flipping of the genetic switch, which leads to a disease. It's not the gene itself. Sometimes it is, like with muscular dystrophy, for example. But we had or Down syndrome. I'm aware
that's developmental, right? So there could have been a deficiency in the pregnancy time that would have caused that. Again, which would make it kind of in the same ballpark.
Yeah. So those were two bad examples, and I misspoke. So there are genetic diseases, like, for instance, Klinefelter's disease is an authentic genetic disease where there was a bad gene that was baked into the cake, and the child is born with certain characteristics of Klinefelter's, and it had nothing to do with any environmental stress. It was a bad gene from the get-go. But those things are rare. The vast majority of diseases which are considered genetic now are epigenetic. They're not genetic. But because conventional medicine is a monopoly, and it's a self-policing, self-regulating monopoly that has 110 years of inertia behind it, it's not going to change overnight, which led the discoverer of quantum physics, Max Planck, to say science changes one funeral at a time. Because this particular generation believes what they were taught. even if it was wrong. And they are not going to give that up by believing some new paradigm. It creates too much cognitive dissonance in their little cowardly walnut-shaped brains. So in order for new and correct ideas to infiltrate into the scientific community, the old guard has to die. And this is just the nature of the scientific community, whether it's medicine or whether it's physics or whether it's whatever the hell it is. They're not going to go quietly into the night, and these people are not going to give up the ghost. And the last thing that any scientist is ever going to do is question the paradigm that they were brought up inside of. They're just not going to do it. They can't do it. They don't have the ontological maturity to do it. I do, which is one of the reasons my information is so unique.
How is that? I mean, doesn't that kind of indicate the intellect of somebody or their comprehension, or whether or not they're real people with, a real spark in them or whatever you want to call it? Because if you're just programmed and then you go, and then the programming is read only, it's how does that work when you go through life and experience things that contradict what you've been taught, and you still don't see it over and over and over and over again? Especially with the doctor, you're seeing these, but it's almost like you have to force yourself not to see it. Like people with ADD and ADHD and bipolar disorder, at least they believe that they have it. How is that not something that would be, well, let's make sure your diet's not screwed up and you're not eating a bunch of crap, and that you're getting your minerals.
It's not in their paradigm. It's like trying to teach a Democrat that guns are good. It's just, it's not going to happen. You can't do it. It's just, you can't break through that. I mean, I think I told you this story. It's a perfect example. Years ago, I treated a little girl. She had a complex neurological condition called reflex sympathetic dystrophy. And she had it from the waist down. And if you touched her on the thigh with your finger, it felt to her like you just hit her with a hammer. It was bad. There's no medical doctors don't know what causes it. They have no idea what cures it. They think it's genetic. And so I was working in Massachusetts at the time, and she was seen at Children's Hospital in Boston for 2 or 3 years. Every month, she'd go to Children's Hospital and they'd do these experiments on her. They'd do physical therapy. They'd try this, they'd try that. Nothing happened because they're just throwing crap against the wall to see what sticks, because they have no idea what to do. And in frustration, her parents, which is always the way that it happens, naturopathic doctors are never anybody's first alternative. They're always the last.
Which means you get them with additional damage by the doctors with bigger problems now.
So the parents bring this kid to see me on a Friday, and it had been a long week. And I think she was the last patient of the day, and I didn't have the bandwidth for it. I didn't even know what reflex sympathetic dystrophy was. And back in those days, the internet was nobody had the internet. So, I told the parents, look, this is complicated. I'm really tired. I don't have the bandwidth for this now. Come back Monday and, let's go. And they pleaded with me. They said, look, she's in a lot of pain. And isn't there anything that you can do just over the weekend? I said, oh, okay. So I listened to her story. And her problem started after there was a trauma to her body. I forget what it was. Maybe she was in a car accident, or maybe she fell out of a tree or something like that. But there was a blunt force trauma to her body. And a couple of months after that, that's when all this started. All right. So the homeopath in me springs into action. And the first medicine to give when anybody has downstream negative effects from blunt force trauma is Arnica montana.
Arnica montana. Okay. I thought you were going to say rutagraviolans.
That's for ligament and tendon damage.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I gave her, a little vial of Arnica montana. It costs maybe $8 back in those days, maybe $5. It was less than 10. And I told her to take 2 pellets of it once a day for 3 days. Come back and see me on Monday. Okay. Thank you very much. So the weekend goes by and Monday rolls around. And wouldn't you know it, I'm late to the office Monday morning. And I come into the office, and the parents, I get emotional every time I tell this story. The parents are in the waiting room, and they get tears in their eyes. I thought to myself, I'd killed their daughter. I didn't kill her, but the daughter died. Is what I thought. Right. I'm like, holy shit.
Like they're waiting for you to answer for your, yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was the opposite. After the very first dose, it was like somebody flipped a switch and the pain disappeared. It disappeared.
You're an amazing person, man.
Away and stayed away. And, I thought, oh, Jesus, maybe it's placebo. Maybe. Let's wait.
Mm-hmm.
So a week goes by, no pain. A month goes by, no pain. The kid's cured, right? There's something she'd had for a couple of years, an incurable disease. She'd been treated for 2.5 years at Children's Hospital in Boston. And every time she went there, because Children's Hospital is a teaching hospital.
Oh, they're using her like an experimental toy. But
she was attended by like 12 guys.
Oh, okay.
Right? It's a teaching hospital. So there was the main chief medical officer plus all these students every single time she went. It was like a team effort. So, long story short, the kid's cured.
Yeah, they have to paint in their line. They have to paint in between the lines though. They have to color it within the lines. So it's not like they're gonna figure it out, right? That's interesting. A team of people.
But my point is,
yes, sir.
After she's cured, right? They go back because she has a standing appointment every month. The parents are excited. This is going to revolutionize reflex sympathetic dystrophy. This is going to be a hallmark case where we finally found a cure for this disease, right? That's what the parents are thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to be famous, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they go to Children's Hospital. The same doctors that have been seeing her for 2 years see her, they examine her, they do the blood work. They can't freaking believe it. She's cured. She's cured. I mean, it's definitive. She's cured, right? Right in front of their eyes, evidence. She's cured. They ask the parents, oh my God, she's cured. What did you do? The parents say, we took her to a naturopathic doctor and he gave her a homeopathic medicine and it fixed her within 24 hours. The parents told me there were 12 doctors in the room, more or less. I don't know if it was exactly 12, but there was a lot of doctors in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And when the parents said that, they all got up and left. Not one of those people
even asked which one. Yeah.
Called my office. I mean, I was like two hours away. None of them got in the car and drove down. None of them even called me. None of them wanted to know what I did and how it worked, even though they had direct evidence to the contrary, right in front of their freaking faces. In a child, by the way. And this is a perfect example of the closed-mindedness which exists inside of the medical profession.
You're lucky. The parents were also lucky that the doctors didn't become malicious after that, because number one, they lost a patient because they're cured. They don't like that. Number two, you went to one of those people. You're an unfit parent. They could have gotten really malicious with these people and said that they were doing something that was harmful to their child, even though they were cured. Or they'll tell them that their daughter had it in her head the whole time, because there's no way it just disappeared like that. They'll rationalize in the most wickedly evil way that puts it back on you, the same way they say it's your fault when you get sick in the first place.
And this happens to us all the time. It's common that, we hear stories of them. I go to an annual conference and talk to my buddies, and they see somebody who's been seen by a conventional medical doctor for years with whatever condition it is. A couple of months after our treatment, they're cured. They go back to the medical doctor. They're cured. Blood work proves it. Diagnostic discovery proves it. Physical exam proves it. They're cured. And 100% of the time, the doctors say, I don't want to know what you did. Just keep doing it. I don't need to know. Just keep doing it.
What is their that's like, and yet they still don't believe that the profession is just there to bilk money out of people.
Well, it's the dirty little secret of conventional medicine that nobody talks about is the inability for a medical doctor to admit that they're wrong or that there might be a better way than what they were trained in. But this goes to,
it's like trying to talk to a cult member. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way it is. It's like they already, yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And the education of the medical doctor was designed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Medical education and all the stuff that happens when you're an intern, after you graduate, where you're working 20 hours, then they let you sleep for 4, and then you work for 20, and they let you sleep for 4, and then you're making like $5 a day.
Sounds like the military.
It's designed to create and solidify and strengthen cognitive dissonance. It was done on purpose. So you can't really fault them. But you can.
Yeah.
Because, come on. You've got evidence directly in front of your freaking face. You're supposed to be a scientist. You're supposed to objectively review the data and come to a conclusion. But you don't.
Do any of your young patients, when they get older, have they stuck around with you and come to you? If, let's say they had like a miraculous recovery like that when their parents were still in their care, or their care of their parents, do they become your patients afterwards? Do any of them grow up like that and understand just how much different of an experience they had in life because of you?
Well, I'm sure that they would have, but I moved out of Massachusetts, and I was no longer there geographically. So there was one kid that I treated. He was a teenager when he came to see me, and he had type 1 diabetes, insulin-dependent diabetes.
That's bad.
Yeah. However, we were able to reduce his insulin intake by 75%, which is huge, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
And he was so enamored by the process that he went on to become a naturopathic doctor.
Nice.
So that was
I like to hear that. That's good. So if someone comes to you, or if you come across somebody trying to claim that an aneurysm is hereditary because someone else in your family happened to have an aneurysm, what would you say to that?
I'd say that there's no evidence to support that. There's no gene that codes for aneurysm. And the whole genetic thing is, it's a perfect example of the hypocrisy which is built into the academic education of people in the United States, right? Sorry. Because on the one hand, people will tell you that that ringer on my phone just threw me off. On the one hand, people will tell you it's genetic. Yeah, I forget where I was going with that.
So we're going to aneurysm, and you're asking, like, somebody asks you that, or tells you that it's hereditary. He says it doesn't code for that type of, like, what, they don't have they can't point at a gene.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Okay, so on the one hand, they'll tell you that evolution is real, and it's all about survival of the fittest, and the people with the weak genes are eliminated from the herd, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Darwinian...
Right. Darwin goes hand in hand with allopathy.
Right. That's what it's all about, is that the people with the bad genes are deselected from reproduction, right? They're done. They're eliminated naturally from the gene pool. They'll tell you that on the one hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll tell you that, except for aneurysms.
Yeah.
That's genetic. That didn't get weeded out. We don't know why. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the stress of battle back in the day with axes and swords, that never sparked them to have an aneurysm. But, working at their desk on the computer, that was too much stress. That totally knocked them up over the edge, and now they're having an aneurysm and dropping dead. Must be that it's a gene.
There's a lot of hypocrisy that's kind of baked into the cake. Medical doctors will tell you that vitamins don't work. They give you expensive urine. You're wasting your money.
Yeah.
But oh, by
that's
the
the
way,
Dr. Waller thing. He used to say that all the time, didn't he, about the expensive urine.
yeah. But oh, by the way, don't take them before surgery because they could thin your blood too much. Well, so which is it? Do they work or do they not work? Which is it? Make your freaking mind up, right? It's hypocrisy. It's baked into the cake. So when people have, when there are recurring illnesses inside of a family population, it's because the members of that family have all learned to eat the same foods, right? The Italians eat the way the Italians eat. The Irish eat the way the Irish eat. It's like the African Americans. It's like it's all different.
And it's even more defined than that from household to household. People just grow up with their parents' attitudes towards things.
Yeah, so it's what you're eating and what's not in the food that you're eating. Aneurysms are caused by a deficiency in the trace mineral copper.
Yes.
Period. And Einstein, interestingly, was the poster child for copper deficiencies. Einstein died of an aortic aneurysm. I think the big artery coming off of his heart burst. That's a hell of a way to go.
I think that's what happened to my grandmother.
By deficiency in the trace mineral copper.
She could have been saved, but they decided to not bother the doctor because it happened on a Friday night until he got there the Monday. So she was bleeding internally. And by the time they got there, they said that all the pathways to her main organs were clogged, and they just sat there and watched her die.
Yeah, it's no good. I'm sorry to hear that.
She's an amazing person.
But copper deficiency causes the underproduction of a molecule in the body called elastin. And elastin keeps things flexible. So if your blood vessels run out of elastin, they become rigid.
Excuse me just a second. There was a reason why I hold this up. This is the core copper from Azure Well. And the reason why I take it too is because that elastin is directly associated with the weakening and, when you overstretch your underpants and they don't hold on to your waist anymore, that can happen to your stomach lining too. And then you get more of a chance of getting things like I had with the hernia. It's not just aneurysms, it's hernias. It's the ATP energy in your cells are directly dependent on the copper. So that's why I add more. There's a decent amount in the whole food multivitamin, but since I've already had this happen, I take the extra copper. And with collagen, apparently, over time, might help you your skin be a little bit more snug, against your body, especially if you've lost a bunch of weight or you're getting a little older and you got smile lines like me. Could help a little bit. So it might be worth it.
And lose their flexibility.
And there's muscle around some of those, right? To help the process. So yeah, that's not good. You don't want something brittle if you're putting pressure on it.
Yeah, because if you do, you'll pop a bubble up inside of the artery wall somewhere in a part that's just has less structural integrity than the rest of it. And then that will burst, and that's called an aneurysm, and that's how you die. Other signs of a copper deficiency are those broken little tiny red blood vessels on somebody's face.
Yeah.
Right.
The alcoholic look, right? When you get all flushed like that. Yeah.
Einstein had that. Also, saggy eyelids and saggy jowls. Not enough elastin. Einstein had that.
Yeah.
Bone white hair is a copper deficiency. It's one thing. Copper, there's two things that can cause that. A copper deficiency is one of them. Einstein had that. And it is guaranteed that because of all of those things, which are a copper deficiency, there's one more thing that's a copper deficiency, which I would bet $1 million that Einstein suffered from, which is hemorrhoids.
Because that goes right back to the elastin thing, right? Hemorrhoids and yeah.
So the smartest man in the world arguably died of a mineral deficiency illness. because he had an MD as a doctor.
Yeah, that's how he's remembered. But I mean, you had Charles Proteus Steinmetz, you had
Well,
Robert
I'm
Maxwell.
not. Yes, I'm not saying that Einstein was what everybody thought he was.
Right.
But he's supposed to be this super smart dude, and he died of a copper deficiency, which his medical professionals completely missed because it was not inside the paradigm that they were trained in. It's in my paradigm.
And the reason why I bring this up is because I revisited somebody who actually made an impact on my life, and I actually got to interact with him. His name was Joe Lindner, and he was Joe Aesthetics on the internet. He was a bodybuilder, and he used to reply to my emails or my my Instagram messages all the time, and we talk and stuff like that. And then he came to America. He went back home to Thailand, and he had a pain in his neck, and then he died. 30 years old, and he obviously was a bodybuilder. So wouldn't be surprised if after doing a show and trying to go through the whole process of starving yourself and taking performance enhancing drugs and all that he probably depleted the crap out of his copper. And they said, oh, well, his aunt had an aneurysm, so it runs in the family. And I said, that is the biggest effing lie. He also, let's just remind ourselves, on the the Bradley Martin show, said that he got pressured into getting 4 of the COVID shots, and he went through that what they call that,
plasmapheresis.
what's that thing where they go through your blood and they filter it out? It's I forgot the plasmapheresis. Is that what it's called?
I think it's plasmapheresis.
And so he did it twice, where they said you have a bunch of heavy metals in your blood, and so he went through this. It's kind of like almost like a dialysis. It's like but I think they call it plasmapheresis. He had it done twice to try to filter stuff out, but yet still, and maybe that actually like chelated more copper out of him potentially. I don't know, but if you don't know to replace stuff and you do something that depletes a bunch of your minerals, I think that's probably one of the reasons why a lot of bodybuilders do get these other problems.
Well, 40,000 people a year die while they're exercising from heart attacks.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
High blood pressure and all that stuff. Yeah.
And it's not because they're exercising. It's because they're exercising with an undernutrified body and they don't know it.
Right.
Jim Fixx was a perfect example of that.
Note to myself, we better clip that. That was a good one. We should make sure that people see that in a short video.
He was the runner, right?
Yeah, he started the jogging revolution in this country. He wrote a book called The Runner's Bible. He was an ultra marathoner. He ran 20 miles a day, right?
An ultra marathon, that's like 3, right? Isn't that like 72 miles or something like that?
Well, he was the man as far as jogging goes and marathons go, and he died at the post office from a heart attack standing in line. Crazy. And why is that? I thought exercise was supposed to make you healthy. And of course, everybody, the medical community said, oh, he had a genetic disposition, and he didn't. Here's how many nutrients his body needed. Here's how many nutrients his body had. And then the stress of all that running burned through his reserves, and he died. It's no different than if you have an automobile, it needs 8 quarts of oil. It's only got 2. And you drive it at 120 miles an hour, the engine's going to seize in 2 minutes. That's what happened to Jim Fixx. It wasn't genetic. It was a nutrient deficiency syndrome, which the medical doctors are completely blind to. And more's the pity, because people suffer needlessly. Why? Because they trusted anything coming out of the mouth of a medical doctor. And ladies and gentlemen, in the listening audience, you should fire your medical doctor immediately. And you should seek out alternatives, which are science-based and clinically verified by licensed physicians, just not MDs, physicians who are trained in what to do to make your body healthy. And if you don't do this, it's only a matter of time until something in your body breaks. Then you go to a medical doctor. They don't know what caused the problem. They don't know what to do to cure the problem. They're just going to throw a drug or a surgery at it, which is going to mitigate the problem. then you're going to get side effects from those procedures, and then you're shit out of luck. Then it's a downhill slide into bankruptcy and then death. Remember, the first or the third leading cause of death in this country is MD-directed medical therapeutics. And the leading cause of bankruptcy is medical treatments. How is that possible? Well, what's the most expensive type of medicine? It's the one that doesn't cure anything.
Yes.
So
right.
Fire your medical doctor and learn what to do to make your body healthy, and go to my website, become a subscriber, because that's exactly what I do on my website and in my book, Leave Big Pharma Behind, Become the Hero of Your Own Health Recovery. I will teach you what to do. It's not that hard, man. You just need someone to teach you what to do. And it's not, this isn't some Google health coach.
Oh my God.
Echinacea and methylene blue cure everything, and everybody needs to do baking soda, and everybody needs to do parasite cleanse. It's not that. This is clinically verified therapeutics, which myself and my colleagues have actually seen work over and over and over and over and over again with our patients. This is as real as it gets. And, it's self-help health recovery. The intention of this is to keep you out of the doctor's office, mine included.
Right.
You just need to know what to do to make your body healthy, and you've never been taught that. And I will teach you that, how to do it. So check it out.
Oh, ringworm. Nice. I don't want to give away too much here, but yeah, and this is a great resource. And then if you can't find a video on something or whatever, you are also able to access this live Q&A every Tuesday and Thursday with Dr. Glidden.
Yeah.
And it looks like you have a marathon going on. Is that right?
Yeah,
23rd?
that's a mistake.
Oh, okay. So, and then on Wednesdays he's here with us, but Tuesdays and Thursdays you can ask him directly through the process that they do on his live Q&As. You have the access to all the other live Q&As in case you want to learn more about how this works. But Dr. Glidden, I save myself from going to the doctors for the last, how long have I known you? 3 years? I've gone a couple times out of fear because I had the pain, but they didn't help me. You did every single time. You and Dr. Monzo have helped me every single time for the last 3 years. And I don't need to worry about copays or insurance because I have a membership to you and we know each other and you're always there. Even when I don't ask, I just mention something, you're always good enough to say, grab these homeopaths and, homeopathics, whatever, and I'll give them a roll. And it's like so dead on accuracy. I just hope people understand that they have this ability to access that same information. And with the link that I have and the code, you're going to get it for $29 a month on the monthly side and $2.99, which is like $24.91 or 96 cents. I did the math on it per month.
Those numbers might be different now. You'll just have to check it out
On the annual. So it's cheaper,
but it's still 25% off for whatever's there
for the annual.
Yeah, those prices are going way up within a week.
Yeah.
So you should take advantage of them now, because once whatever subscription you have is set in stone, as long as you maintain it, even if I raise my prices, you're paying what you came in at. And that beats a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. You should take advantage of this right now. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, and you know that the medical doctors have their heads up their ass and that they don't really know what's going on, then let me show you what to do, because that's what I do. And there's nobody else on the internet or anywhere, quite frankly, that has these resources. There's nobody. I'm the only one in the entire world that has this.
And your solutions aren't riddled with side effects or direct effects, because there's no such thing as a side effect. This is what happens when you put this poison in your body. Deal with it. That's what they should say, but that's not how they present it to you.
And my advice, kind of working man's advice here, is common sense advice. Is the first thing you should consider if you're suffering with a symptom set a set of ailments, the first thing that you should consider is that a side effect of any of the prescription drugs that I'm taking? Because most of the time, the things that bother people are caused by the pharmaceuticals that they're taking. Number
they don't
one.
even think about that. Yeah, right.
Number two, the amount of pharmaceuticals that you're taking is inversely proportional to how healthy you are. Because you can't drug your way to health, right? And this isn't a diatribe against drugs. It's not the drug, it's how it's used. It's not the gun, it's how it's used. I'm a big fan of lidocaine. Every time I'm in the dentist chair, yeah, could I have a little more of that, please? Thank you. General anesthesia, I'm a big fan of that. Insulin, big fan of that. Thyroid medicine, big fan of that, right? Sometimes you need the drug. Sometimes you need the surgical procedure. But most of the times you don't. Most of the times you don't. And you cannot drug your way to health. You simply can't do it. The only thing that you can do with the drug is mitigate symptoms and manage symptoms and kick the can down the road, which is better than suffering, but it's better yet to attempt to cure the condition, which the medical doctors cannot do and which my profession specializes in.
Right, and that's the difference. And I could look at when you were talking about the people in Boston, the doctors. I understand that they got up and walked out of the room because of what they were told fixed her, but I could also see them being upset because she's not coming back. She's no reason for her to. You know, that cure is off the table. It's not even a consideration in that realm, and people don't get that. Yeah. It's care. Care is something that's like therapy, right? So therapeutic. You can continue to come back because you never get fixed.
Yeah, so there's a big disconnect there between most people in the general public don't understand that. They don't understand that it's not their medical doctor's job to cure their condition. It's not their medical doctor's job to figure out why you got the condition in the first place. It's their medical doctor's job to medicate the condition, period.
You know,
Dr. And, you know, Macklemore was right. You know, my doctor was a drug dealer. It's true.
Oh, I used to like Macklemore a lot. You know, it's funny when you think of a psychiatry because they're the ones asking you the questions and they just leave it open-ended. So you're basically fixing your own problems if you're fixing anything at all. So you're spending $150, $200 an hour to have a friend who listens. I'll dress fancy and get a couch. If anybody wants to sit down and talk to me and tell me all their problems, and I'll just ask them questions. That's fine with me. I'll do the exact same thing that your psychiatrist does. And
how does that make you feel? Yeah.
Yeah, right. How does that make you feel? That's great.
Here, take this Xanax.
Yeah.
And it won't matter how it makes you feel.
All right, so I'm going to show you this, and I want you to just kind of like react to what you see here and what makes. What first comes? Oh wait, hold on. Did I click it right? I hope so. Yeah, that one. Okay, there we go. Hopefully it opens up. All right, so does it open? It does. Okay, perfect. Sometimes these things are super. So it says, Big Pharma buried the world's cheapest medicine in 1924. Doctors used baking soda to fight infections. Today's research proves it fights cancer. Here are 7 ways to use it. And then here's some of the alkalize your body to fight cancer cells.
Yeah, no, that's a myth. You can't alkalinize your body.
Right.
Can't do it.
So it's like drinking the alkaline water. All it does is neutralize your stomach acids, right?
Yeah. The body. So this isn't it. Now, baking soda is a good thing. And there's a guy, his name is Gerald. His name is Sennett. Gary.
I think I know what you're talking.
I'll think of it in a minute. For goodness sakes, why can't I remember this guy's name? Anyway, he's a big proponent of baking soda because he's right that it was proven. Some guy won, Warburg, I think was his name. He won a Nobel Prize that proved that there was a relationship between the electrostatic charge of a cell getting below a certain threshold and the genesis of cancer. And one of the mechanisms that helps to reverse that is baking soda.
Mm. Their explanation is off as to how the mechanism is here, though.
So I think that if you're over 50 years of age, taking a quarter of a teaspoon of baking soda in water a couple times a day between meals is not a bad idea, because it will help your body to be all that it can be, especially if you're not taking any of the 90 essential nutrients. It's not a bad idea, but it's not going to alkalinize anything. It's going to change the electrical charge of the cells in your body, making it easier then for them to suck up oxygen from your lungs. And a properly oxygenated cell does not get cancer. So there's a there, but it's not like, oh, you've got cancer, take baking soda and the cancer goes away. It's not like that. This is just misinformation.
Right. And
it's
like
clickbait.
The guy with leukemia got the 90 essentials, and then his next test said, those markers aren't showing that you have leukemia anymore. He took the 90 essentials from Eiffel Health.
And remember, folks,
that was Todd's friend. He took the 90 essential nutrients a couple months after being told that he was either had leukemia or his test showed that he's well on his way there. I don't remember exactly how it was spread. I think they said he had it, but they hadn't started treatment yet. They went back, and their tests, which are probably not exactly a good indicator very much, they said, it's not there anymore. Nothing's happening, and you're good.
So it's against the law to treat disease in this country if you're not using a drug. You can't treat a disease. The only thing that can legally treat a disease is a drug. So when we're talking about medical nutrition, we're not treating disease. That's impossible to do anyway. You can't treat arthritis. It doesn't exist. You can't treat it. You can treat a person who's been told by some guy in a white coat that they have arthritis. Okay, thank you very much. But you're not treating the arthritis, you're treating the person. It's the person who's swallowing the drug. It's the person who's swallowing the nutritional supplement. We treat people, we don't treat disease. And that's a really big distinction to understand here, because interestingly, it's illegal. But can you believe that? That the only thing that can legally treat a disease in this country is a drug? Most people are unaware of that. And
it's probably right in the wording too, right? Because treat a disease, they didn't use that word cure, did they? It's illegal to treat a disease with anything but a drug. Because God forbid they tried something else and they cured it. Oops. Don't let anybody know about that.
Yet that's the way that it is. And this brought to you by the Machiavellian materialistic MD.
How do they cure scurvy then? If you know if that's a vitamin deficiency, and what do they use?
They don't. Oh. Well, the medical doctors will, they understand a few things about vitamins. They understand vitamin A. I'll tell you a funny story. The Dave Janda, who was a world famous orthopedic surgeon before he retired, he told me, we were talking all about medical nutrition, because he fixed the arthritis in his neck with the 90 essential nutrients and dietary change, completely fixed it.
Amazing. That's amazing.
Right? He's an orthopedic surgeon, right? He's one of the few open-minded MDs in the world. They're rare, and he's the exception that proves the rule. I was talking to Dave. I said, Dave, how much medical nutrition did you get in school? This is a world famous orthopedic surgeon, right? Mm-hmm. He said, here's what they told me about medical nutrition. He said, don't eat polar bear liver because it can give you a vitamin A toxicity. He said, it's all I learned about medical nutrition.
Don't eat polar bear liver. Okay, I'll try to avoid that. Thanks. What?
Yeah, that's the extent of it. That's how juvenile the medical nutrition is inside of a conventional medical architecture. It's just ridiculous. Nonetheless, they are aware of certain things having to do with the action of vitamins on the body, but by and large, the vitamin therapy is tertiary. It's not primary, it's not secondary, it's just adjunctive, it's supportive. It can't really do anything all by itself, which is a lie. It's complete mistruth.
Right.
But this is what these people were taught, and this is what they're going to run with, even when they have evidence to the contrary staring them in the freaking face. They can't handle it. You can't handle the truth. They can't.
And the thing that's going to be most absent in most people's food isn't even going to be the vitamins as much as, because, it's going to be more of the minerals or in an absorbable form. That's going to
100%.
be where most of the deficiencies lie, the
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah, it's the mineral deficiencies that make people sick. It's way easier to become deficient in minerals than it is to become deficient in vitamins or amino acids or essential fatty acids, because there's some of that stuff in the food that you eat. But the minerals are 2/3 of your body's nutrient need, 2/3. And here's how many you need, and here's how many's in your food. It's not even close. You need minerals, and unless and until you start saturating your body with minerals, you're going to not be healthy. It's really that simple and that straightforward. And regretfully, Danny.
Yes, I was about to ask you. It just turned 101 on my side.
Yeah, I do regretfully have to bounce.
Yes,
tomorrow, the week from today is the 11th, so I will be in town then, and I will be in town the week after that, but the week after that, I'll be away.
Okay, so there's that one. That one was definitely a good selection, I think. I covered a lot of bases that go. What happened there? What happened? Oh, okay. No? You stopped? Oh, I'm on the wrong freaking tab. Wait, am I? Yes. Okay. Whew. I thought we were like, why did it stop? I got confused there. All right. Let's see. We got in the chat here. Dr. Glidden. Oh, that's me saying that. Dr. Glidden is great, though. And a great sense of humor. Smart sense of humor. And Edward Snowman said, it's one thing to be a freak of nature. It's another thing to be a freak of clowncestuous freak breeding orgies. Yeah, of a traveling circus of child abuse older than history. This is correct. Yeah, those. I'm surprised they don't have more quote unquote genetic issues with all that reptilian inbreeding. Oh, see how it started over again? That's so weird. And Edward Snowman says, lots of Einstein's people get the saggy eyes and saggy jowls. The Rodney Dangerfield look. Einstein just needed some infusions of youth extracts. And Edward says, or not just infusions, maybe there's a topical baby oil or cream of some young guy that could have given Einstein the cold, sticky amphibian skin he needed. Oh, good times. All right. Let's go to here real quick. I'm going. Where'd I go? There I am. All right. Let's put this on real quick. Yesterday on stream, I was doing a tutorial of the Azure Standard website where you get the 90 essential nutrients in the whole food form. I stumbled across a massive sale that they have going on, coupled with my EB5 discount. It's going to be huge. On my website, semperfryllc.com, in the top right corner, you'll find a clickable image for Dr. Peter Glidden, and that'll take you to his membership site. Use code FITWIT for 25% off the monthly or the annual membership. And right beneath that, you'll see a picture of Dr. Monzo and the Azure Well symbol. That will take you directly to the Azure Standard website, and you can use code BB5 there for a discount. And this is what I just noticed yesterday. Just click the image. 90 essential nutrients are 4 main components. The whole food multivitamin, the Alaskan cod liver oil for your essential fatty acids, the fulvic humic energy blend for your essential minerals. This one is super important. Everybody is mineral deficient. This one jar will last you 3 months and 10 days. You know the importance of these minerals. And the IP6 Supreme with inositol. This one is all of your calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and inositol. This is a bioavailable, highly absorbable form of calcium, which is super important because a lot of the calcium you get out there, your body can't even use. And the inositol helps to balance your iron to copper ratio to help improve your ATP energy in your cells, which gives you energy throughout your entire body. Too much iron will cause fatigue, joint pain, and oxidative stress. They are all super important. Personally, I also take the core copper. It helps support your energy levels, combats the fatigue from oxidative stress, and it supports your elastin so that you don't get hernias or ruptured vessels, aneurysms, things like that. Your body needs copper to keep the stretchy parts stretchy. And if you're going to take the copper, you may as well grab the collagen too because they work hand in hand. Right now, Azure Standard has a discount on just about every component of the 90 essential nutrients. The Alaskan cod liver oil is currently 30% off, and you get to use my code still. The IP6 Supreme with inositol is 30% off, and the full Cumic blend is 30% off. I even bought some yesterday. I'm not sure how long their discount's going to last. You're also going to use code BB5 at checkout for a further discount. And every time you make a purchase with Azure Standard, you get a credit towards your next purchase. I was able to apply it right away. I don't have to save it up like points. This is the cheapest I've ever seen the 90 essential nutrients, so I've got more coming myself. Go to my site, click that picture, use code BB5 at checkout. And while you're at my website, you can use code Paradas for 15% off the hot sauces and the creatine. There's a ton on this website. Award-winning, handcrafted, made-to-order, best ingredients, veteran-owned, Coast Guard, in business for 13 years. The code is Paradas for 15% off, and look at all the stuff you can use it on. You can get all of your nutrients to get healthy, get huge, and get spicy all in the same place. I appreciate your time, and have an awesome day. All right. Well, it's let's see how long we've been on real quick. This guy still has to get on the elliptical for the day, and it's about midnight here, a little bit after. 4 hours and 15 minutes, give or take. No, it's going to be 4 hours and 15 minutes. Thank you for sharing more Dr. Glidden work and your 2 Wednesday shows. Yeah, no problem. And let's see, we're going to be going probably off right now. Oh, hold on. Edward says, the arch nemesis of the cult of demiurge of human life and death, Dr. Gluten, and his trusty sidekick, Boo Boo Dan. That's funny. Yeah, that's hilarious. All right, well, we're going to call it, yeah? All right, cool. And just real quick, just one more pass through. If you're on, all right, here, let's do this. If you're on the live over here, I got to pause it. All right, well, we're, okay. And you have to hit this more button right here. Boing! And look, they gave me clickable links because I face verified. Jerks. And so, yeah. We already read that. There's the Azure Standard link right there. They chop it so that, yeah, great. Make sure that if you click on this link, that it has 236 at the end. Okay, good. 2326. Now, what I've noticed when you click the Dr. Glidden one, click this one, it adds shit at the end. See that? And then hit enter. Because I don't know if that throws off the affiliate link. And that would be kind of awful for me if that did. All right? All right. And then you can go ahead and apply your code. But if you just apply your code, but the wrong affiliate link, it still doesn't get credited. To me, anyway. You still get it. I should tell you that you don't so that you make sure. But I don't lie. Okay, so anyway, yeah, use that one, but also make sure that it ends with PGND health. If you can, that'd be perfect. Otherwise, I think usually in the descriptions, I also repost it because I know that happens, but I just can't do it until after the show's over. And on Rumble, it should just be fine. Rumble doesn't do that weird stuff. So you click this, and look, there's no crappy puka at the end. All right. Pow sock. All right. And now, I think, one last time to show you this again. Members, Q&As. You show up here on Tuesdays and Thursdays if you are a member. And then you can talk to your peeps in here. You'll meet some new peeps. I'm a member, obviously, if I'm on this side of it. And I do pay, yes. And there you go. And it gives you a little bit of instructions on how to do your thing. And then you'll see here, these are all in Central Time. So 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. live chat Q&A on Tuesdays Central. And then this one is 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Central on Thursdays. And then Wednesdays, he's with me. And this one, he switched to a Wednesday. Because this was when he had his outage. So he didn't get things get back together until that evening. All right. And then there's medical insight page that we went over. Lots of information on here. You'll be seeing some bits and pieces of it. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, you want to look at that for sure. You want to definitely be taking your 90 essential nutrients either through Eiffel, Azure. If you're budgeted, definitely the Azure, but it's also just as good because they're highly absorbable nutrients. The fulvicumic blend is exceptionally good. And mine, I thought would be here today so I could show you that I got more, but it's not. So I'll probably get on Monday. I got more copper and I got more of the fulvicumic blend. And yeah. Fractionated nutrition one is super important. It's only 13 minutes long, but you should pay attention to that because that dispels some of the horrible mythology that's been weaving its way through naturopathy, and it's been poisoned by allopathy. They're trying to take over everything and change it from within. You know, anybody else might do that stuff like that? Like they don't let you know that they've invaded. They just open up shop and start changing things, and you don't even realize that the guard, you know, there was a changing of the guard until you start seeing that something is behaving in the adverse or the inverse of what it used to behave like. Yeah, that's kind of a common theme. It's kind of a signature of certain thing called evil. All right. Now, a chronic disease epidemic, origin and solution, a Dr. Glidden special. Maybe when we do, I don't know, today's only Saturday, right? So let's do another Wednesday. Let's do if I have the opportunity to, because I hope that I'm going to be spending time with my daughter tomorrow, but we'll see what she decides. And if I'm here, then I'm broken as a father, like sad, but I'll be happy to see you. All right? There you go. That's a little dramatic. All right, guys. Good night. Make sure you sign. Make sure you get your 90 essential nutrients. Go to the Azure. Well, they still are 30% off. I'm going to check it with you right now, actually. Let's look. Are they still 30% off? Drum roll. So the whole food multivitamin is right there. The core copper is no longer. Oh, you missed out. It's not anymore. It's back to its normal, but you're still getting the discount. So it all works out. So I tell you to act fast. That's when you act. You don't say, tomorrow. So there you go. There's the full fulvicumic blend right next to the IP6 Supreme with Inosol. They should group those four together so you don't have to go searching around for it. But I guess if they wanted you to see other things, maybe that's why. Or maybe there's just no rhyme or reason to it at all. But you're still going to get your discount from BB5, and you're also going to get Azure Bucks applied to it. Because as you see on the bottom corner, even though I used the discount code, even though I used my money credits from the previous time, which was like another $1.37 off, it still gave me like $1.11 that I earned from Azure for making that purchase for the next purchase. And if it's a bigger purchase, you get a bigger amount. So you're always getting more than the discount as you see, because you're going to get credit for the next one. It's kind of cool. And I like that it's not in points, because like when I get my bulk supplements, it's a point thing, and you have to have like thousands of points before they give you like $5 off. This one's different. It's a straight up. You can use it the very next time if you feel like it, right? And it's pretty awesome. Whole food multivitamin, core copper, Alaskan cod liver oil. Make sure it doesn't have a flavor there if you don't want flavor. These are pill capsules. I just don't see the allure or attraction in a cod liver oil that would be mint or cinnamon flavored. Yeah. I don't want to burp that. I don't. Pure collagen right there. Might want to throw that to the copper. All right. Boom. And where am I? Right here. All right.